Technology is best when it brings people together in familiar way. Esteemed guests, distinguished speakers, and participants. Priyanka and I'm Gurvashri from Indian Institute of Technology. Indeed, proven to be very high. IEEE Standards Association in consultation with the Center for Development of Advanced Computing, Bangalore. Today, we have insightful discussions on emerging trends in digital identity, the role of decentralized technologies, and the evolving regulatory landscape. Experts share valuable perspectives on building secure and inclusive identity systems and interactive sections, foster deep engagement on privacy, ethics, and trust in the digital world. Today, we continue our exploration of dignity, inclusion, identity, trust, and agency in digital identity, addressing some of the most pressing challenges and opportunities in this evolving space. Speakers and leaders will have a role of meaningful dialogue and takeaways. The second stage of the board discussion, first session objective setting for IEEE DIITA program will be led by Mr. Narayana Mandalekha, Vice Chair of IEEE DIITA program, with 26 plus years at TCS. He has held leadership roles including Vice President and Chief Scientist, specializing in system engineering, AI-driven solutions, and digital trust. Awarded with multiple international patents and a member of IEEE, ICM, INCASI, and PNI, he is dedicated to advancing secure and inclusive digital identity systems. Let's welcome Mr. Narayana Mandalekha.
Good morning. A warm welcome to all of you. And I'm very glad to see some of the people with whom I worked in TCS, in IEEE, and all over. So I'm very happy to see all of you. And this is day 2, and I trust that you had enjoyed the day 1 with a lot of discussions on identity trust-related ecosystems of IoT, whereas that is on primarily on identity and trust related. This is all-encompassing human values that we need to deal with in technology development, actually. So InDIITA is the India DIITA program, actually. Like that, there is another program, AU DIITA. Time to time, these are conducted all over. In fact, the AU DIITA, Australian DIITA was conducted in November last year. This is second or third program of InDIITA in India. This last one was done in 2022, actually. So this is about how do you bring about the human centricity in whatever we do. I know we are very passionate about developing technology. And I consider technology is more or less the proof of concept of something working. Okay. But it is really something adaptable, for the human consumption is what we need to be looking all the time. And this program, which is a DIITA program, is initiated in 2017 by IEEE Standard Association by involving the people is a multi-stakeholder engagement. This is from research, from academia, industry, and people who are really passionate about developing something standards, and even civil society gets involved in this to make sure the technology is for the overall consumption of the human this thing, and also safeguarding human values. That's the whole idea. And today we are actually having this program specific to Indian context. We have speakers and panelists are coming forward for this particular program today. So next slide, please. So basically, what are all these things? So any emerging technology, our technology for that matter, would be needing certain. It has a tremendous impact on the human, you know, environment. So, for example, unless preserve the dignity of the human, technology will not be able to see the light of the day. It will not be just acceptable, right? So, technology has to honor the, dignity of the human in terms of privacy, transparency, and those aspects. And to do with the inclusivity, actually, you cannot do away with not considering the, people across the spectrum. They could be marginalized people. They could be, different geographies, disabled, those kind of things. Inclusivity plays very important role for the adoption of the technology. And identity without secure transactions, you have seen that yesterday, the identity management and those aspects. Without that, you can't be really using technology in a very day to day in your day to day life. And trust is the very fundamental actually. Not trusting anything, you can't adopt. It doesn't see. It's not going to see the light of the day. So with so many things that are happening, and trust plays very important role in adopting a technology. And most importantly, with the kind of technologies that we are seeing nowadays, like there is a black box kind of algorithms that are there. They are opaque algorithms that are there. And not really, people cannot adopt them not knowing what they are actually. So for users to take control of this situation, we have to empower the individuals for providing those kind of controls in the technology, what they are going to use. So this is the way to uphold the dignity, promote the inclusivity, ensure security identities, build the trust, and empower the individuals through the agency are the very important things. Together, these are called the DIITA principles, or maybe you can say attributes of IEEE standard associations, DIITA program, industry connections program. This is. Also remember that when you develop the software, for example, those of you from IT industry, you can really appreciate. You define what is known as non-functional requirements. They are actually qualities, but you embed them in the software that you develop, catering to reliability, performance, and those kind of aspects. And that you do ground up. You don't wait to develop this technology to embed them. You do the ground up when you develop the software, right? So similarly, when you take up the human centricity, you have to embed these values right in the strategy level, right in the architecture level, right in the design level. This thing. So what we are going to see in the ensuing discussions that we are going to have, how these strategies are embedded in the technology development. Next slide, please. So this is the thing which is very important. So you can see that you may see that 5 distinctly different attributes are there, principles are there, but they're all interconnected. For example, dignity is both starting point and ending point. It ensures the well-being of the people. Inclusion, actually, without that, you cannot find identity and trust. And without trust, without identity, you can't have the security. And trust ensures the usage and adoption of the things, and it ensures also the agency. And agency, by way of the way you interact with the technology, by way you can make the choices with the technology, your dignity is protected. So you can see it's a cyclical thing. It's structured that way. It's interconnected and reinforcing one another, these principles. Next slide, please. These are some of the key aspects of DIITA, which has happened over a period of time. For example, internet affordability, dignity and agency in identity, privacy by design, governance and identity, dignity and inclusion in online gaming. In the last activity, for now it is on dormant state, but that was started way back earlier. And there was also a proposed standard, but those things were kept on government now. These are the achievements, some of the achievements, not all of them. For example, IEEE P2872 for secure WLAN access. This is a thing, gender equality and social inclusion, GESI, transparent design for well-being and accessibility technology. In fact, some of them were also already given the, the IEEE standard number. For example, that PAR approved thing to do with the gender equality and social inclusion is P3564, and the latter one is to do with the standard for that is P3337, ACS for well-being. That is the standard for that. And there is a contributions to decentralized identity mechanisms and AI-driven ethical frameworks. Next slide, please. So it is these tracks that we are going to be talking today. These are all interwoven tracks. We are going to talk about the intelligent transport and mobility to start with. It's not that these things, when I say map it to dignity, it is going to talk about dignity alone. The highlight is dignity. With that dignity, all other attributes also are going to come and play their role that you can see in the discussions that are going to follow. Similarly, inclusive digital infrastructure, codifying identities. You must have heard, I'm sure that you heard about this identity yesterday. There is slight things we are going to talk about. It's more on trust related. Digital trust by itself is a program here. And data by design towards the end. So this principally cover all these 5 interwoven attributes. Next slide, please. So what are the objectives? Whereas these are the objectives for dignity, promote inclusion, secure identity, build trust, empower by expanding and equitable digital access and connectivity. But whereas those things are being discussed in the various tracks that we are going to see very soon. But important thing is that what are the gains that the audience should have. So I quickly have set up this not just to pass the knowledge, okay? I quickly set with an idea that having noticed these are the kind of things that need to be followed, how well we can embed them in the strategies, in the architecture, in the design of the systems that we are going to, commence. So important takeaways is that you have to identify what are those important things from each of the tracks, and also collaborate in a cross-section way, cross-segment way, across the different disciplines. And then make sure that you give your feedback, and also, one or two tracks that may interest you. You can volunteer to join in developing the standards, frameworks, guidelines, recommendations for regulatory things, or maybe, this is also following this. There will be programs for certification and other things. So a lot of people can contribute. So it is not just for discussions alone. There is an action also has to be thought through this whole thing actually. So the speakers that are going to present on all this, they are going to come forward and say these are the challenges, these are the needs, these are the pain points, and we can get started like this. So that is the way the whole format is organized for this. Next slide, please. So let's begin the discussions without further delay. And I'm glad to see that the first track speaker and panelists are already here. We're looking forward to very exciting discussions and things. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Narayana Mandalika, for sharing your valuable insights. I now invite Ms. Vijay Deepti to present a token of appreciation to Mr. Narayana Mandalika.
We worked together 6 years, joining in the same 1982. we continue through all our careers. Yes. Thank you.
We now move on to the first panel discussion of the day, intelligent transport and mobility. This session will explore how digital identity can be seamlessly integrated into transport systems to enhance efficiency, trust, and inclusivity. To guide this session, I'm pleased to welcome our moderator, Mr. Maruti, a senior member of IEEE, has 25 plus years of expertise in software development, startups, and leadership across telecom, banking, cloud computing, IoT, and AI/ML. Actively involved in deep tech business development and AI/ML workforce growth. He has served IEEE Hyderabad section in key roles, including chair, vice chair, secretary, and treasurer. With a strong focus on innovation and collaboration, he is committed to driving industry transformation and exploring new business opportunities. Joining him for this discussion are our esteemed panelists, Mr. Ramakrishna Rama, Principal Director at Microsoft R&D, Mr. Varun Kumar Pandey, Founder and CEO of V Communities. Please join me in welcoming our distinguished moderator and panelists. With that, I now hand it over to Mr. Maruti.
Yeah, my card maybe you can just this will go forward. It's very precise. Yeah, you can read. They will go. Thank you, and good morning, everyone. And first of all, let me even with a little bit sorry about our late joining this a few minutes delay. Without any much of further delay, I would like to take it. This particular intelligent transport systems and mobility, and with respect to the data principles, what Mr. MGPL said about that, we have this format. The first 20 minutes will be the presentation, maybe two of us, me and Mr. RK, and then another 20 minutes will be on the feedback session. That's the panel discussion. And what are the various impacts of the data principles, and what are the experiences, especially Mr. Varun Pandey, when he is venturing into his experiences, especially dealing with the rural communities. And then we will have the next actions, follow-up actions actually, maybe 5 to 7 minutes of work. So this is the plan. Okay. Oh, you change from here? Okay. No problem. Right. So when we talk about the mobilities and smart transportations, definitely it is going to impact all the 4 principles of data. That is dignity, inclusion, and identity, and trust and agencies. And that is the reason there is a need for some more thought about what kind of situations we may encounter, and what the new technologies that are coming in, especially the artificial intelligence and the adaptation of LLMs, how they are going to impact our overall dynamics of the thing, and what are the next steps that what we can take. And especially when it comes to the digital identity and access management systems, mobile ticketing, and the contactless payments. So this is really impacting a lot of our day-to-day life, which is direct impact of the data principles. And biometric authentication for transit access. I think this is again one of the important thing which you must have experienced even in the COVID times. But of course, there are counter arguments that this is not going to be so effective because it's going to exploit various people's privacies and other things. But how we are going to address these things? Then privacy and the preferring identity verification for shared mobility services. Especially in India, we have seen that there is a shared mobility is also very much important actually. You can see in the most of our IT circles and IT areas. So how these things are going to impact all our data principles. And the digitalization is going to impact a lot again with respect to the smart traffic systems and moreover all our infrastructure is related as well actually, including our roads. And they are using very complex genetic algorithms to understand the quality of the road itself actually. So these things are going to impact not only the direct individuals but also the system as a whole. And if the connected vehicles EV is going to take the center stage with respect to the overall social impact actually. And another important area which is the AI transportation systems, and it is becoming slowly a norm. Though it is the extension of the IoT and the smart transport systems, definitely AI is going to have the impact here. And one is the predictive maintenance of the infrastructure, that is from the consumer point of view and also from the producer point of view. See, this is again one of the areas where the trust of the overall transportation and mobility is going to be built up actually. So how these things are going to currently the existing systems and what the new things what really society wants, especially in our country's situations like us. And autonomous vehicle systems with ethical considerations. This is again one of the areas where we have to focus, especially the data principles when it comes to the autonomous vehicles adaptation. Though it is very limited in India, but I think it is going to have see the light very soon. And language services, the machine translations and text to speech, especially this is useful for people with such a wide variety of situation in our country, different languages, different people, and how these new technologies are going to create more impact and inclusivity basically. I mean, I don't need to really fear about going to some place, some let's say in northeastern state, and then I will be able to communicate with the people there. So I think these things are going to create the bigger impact, provided we have the correct direction on how to use them. Okay, and if you look at broadly, the dignity and inclusions you can see, you can classify, but because of time, I would like to keep it as simple as possible. The dignity is accessible transportation designed for elderly and disabled, as we discussed, and fair pricing models without any biases, and the protection from discrimination in automated systems. And inclusion sees is a multi-language interface. Definitely, the new technologies are going to be with us. And the service for underserved areas. This is again the inclusivity we have to think a lot about that, what kind of interfaces that we need to develop from the technology point of view. And the consideration for digital divide, we can see very clearly people, let's say we bring someone from the remote areas and then we say to the city in this especially area, then we can see the digital divide impact very openly and clearly. So how we can remove these kind of barriers and make this transportation mobility is seamlessly integrated into our society, I think probably the data can really help us to formulate certain principles or guidelines to the government as well as the agencies. Trust is very important, even from the including the data utilization point of view. And the agency is very crucial because if without any law enforcement, I think we are not going to achieve the trust and as well as the all two other aspects of the data principles. Okay. And another thing which I would like to touch upon is the impact of LLMs. So far, the impact of LLM before DeepSeek seems to be on the cloud side, but I think with the new efficient models that can run on the edge, that is, it is going to be running on the vehicle itself, and also some of the even our base stations and other things to facilitate various languages and the transit informations. The LLMs are going to play a vital role. I think we need to have a clear direction from the data itself, actually. One is from the natural language point of view and fair treatment and monitoring. I think this is definitely the step towards that I think the data should really move on. And again, LLM's view, there's an inclusion is adaptive communication, easy to adapt to the situations and also the people's abilities, and also including the considering the digital divide at the digital literacy levels as well. Then the service accessibility, identifying underserved areas definitely is one of the areas. Though this looks very open, broad, a lot of effort is also going from the government view also. Even our national highways also is getting developed like that. But it's a long way. But I think from the IEEE point of view, it gives a road towards how do we really structure and formalize these areas and help in overall upliftment and development of our society and economic impact as well, actually. These elements, you all know that how do you really address the bias? Probably with the help of these DeepSeek models, what happens is the user will be able to cross-verify whether the decision taken by the system is appropriate or not. I think that kind of systems, I think probably you can recommend to consider from the IEEE SA point of view to move the things. What I mean is that I go to a place and there was a decision on me that is the system has taken. How do you verify that actually? Whom I have to do some sort of grievance? I think you have to have one more AI system which is more transparent. This AI system has taken a decision. Is that the same decision that I can experience even without that? So I think this kind of systems are going to be helpful when we really democratize these LLMs actually. So this is very important to avoid the bias as well. We have to work out from the data point of view. And of course, the trust and the safety, security. And if you can see the few days back, the accident that happened in Delhi, just because of misunderstanding or the over trust of the system. And one platform to other platform, it innocent people's lives were the things. So we should be able to avoid any such accidental, misuse or some sort of difficulties in the overall systems. But being a clear guidelines is going to help us. Next, see again the high impact on the safety and the security of the woman that I would like to highlight now. This personalized travel assistance is very, very important in this case. Maybe today all our sisters and brothers, they are going to the different places, but how these new systems, especially the artificial intelligence systems, can bring a more inclusive nature about that actually. So how do we really build without any proper guidelines or the proper this will lead to a disaster actually. So given that we can adopt new technologies to bring better overall functioning of the systems. That's all. Okay. I think this is assistive technology is another impact area, which is going to be very critical, especially for the blind and the deaf and dumb. Okay. Again, this is going to, I know, understand that what is the difficulty of a blind people, even if you are half blind. Okay. Then I think the new technologies definitely will bring a better living situations actually, even if a person is just half blind, totally things are different. Okay, new technologies are going to be helpful. Of course, I know the physically disabled ones, I think certainly, but the idea here is that what is the next step for the DIITA program that I think we are going to have listen from others also. Then we will discuss about more on the real problems and their opinions and their views as well, their experiences. Okay, I think we should be done with that. I think we'll go to the next slide, please. Ramakrishna, yeah. So now request Mr. Ramakrishna to share his technical views. He did not say from the overall picture about the DIITA principles, but when it comes to the technical, he is going to present a few minutes. Then we'll go into the panel discussions. Okay, thank you very much. Forward.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Marty talked about how we can bring the infrastructure intelligent so that we can have dignity, inclusion, identity, trust and the overall agency be able to govern, right? So when we look at infrastructure, how we make infrastructure intelligent enough so that the data-driven decision making or the data when we feed it to AI systems like LLMs, it can provide an intelligent information or predictability so that our mobility, transportation, safety and security can be achieved. So just to give the perspective, we have multiple generations of industrialization. And currently we are in the industry 4.0, as we all know. When the industry started, machines came into picture. Whatever people used to work, it is replaced by machines. And then machines are powered with electricity for mass production. And this came into picture, automation, better control of those equipment. And now we are living in an era where IT systems, cloud computing, combined with data analytics and AI, that is the level of sophistication and intelligence we are talking about. So that means even machines are going to be intelligent enough to understand, communicate, and be able to take decisions on their own. And that is the Industry 4.0 is talking about. So we have some digitization in everywhere, consumer devices, to transportation, to banking, to health services, everywhere. Today, any industry without digitization, we just can't imagine. Even education has become digitized. Without that, online education wouldn't have been possible. So everywhere there is a digital footprint, and same is the case with the transportation. And what I like to talk about how we're going to achieve bringing in more agents on the infrastructure or the transportation. That means the vehicle has to be intelligent enough. If I can bring an analogy in Indian context, 1930, 40, or maybe 1960 model Ambassador, 6-liter engine, it's a mechanical assembly. The fuel injection used to happen through carburetor, and what is the mileage it used to give? Maybe 5 kilometers per liter. During those days, the objective was to move from point A to point B, not the mileage. Nobody looked at the carbon footprint of green energy. But if you compare that with today's technology, it is not just only a mechanical assembly. It is combined with digital technology where fuel injection is pumped through solenoid valves, which is controlled by a microcontroller. And because of that, what you get is a better fuel efficiency. You just take an example of Fortuner, which is a 3-liter engine and is giving about 11 to 12 kilometer per liter. And how that transformed? It's basically assisted with a digital technology, which is basically improving energy consumption and the speed, power, efficiency. And if we talk about autonomous vehicles, this slide I picked up almost a few years ago. Each vehicle is going to generate about 4,000 GB per day, which is on the road. You look at LiDAR systems, radar systems, fuel injection systems, or emergency systems. It's almost like a moving mini data center on the road. It has got sensors, electronics. If you look at today's very advanced automobile engine, for example, BMW 6 Series, it is having around 200 to 250 microcontrollers, advanced microcontrollers, which is basically managing the entire vehicle. That is the level of sophistication of the technology which is going on and the data which is being generated. When Marty talked about vehicle to vehicle communication, vehicle will understand what is the road congestion and what is the opposite vehicles and how much distance it is and how it can adjust its own speed and navigation. All that can be automated or autonomous. So with that, you need very high frequency data and then intelligence built into it. So when we talk about intelligent transport system, it requires multiple things, not just only the vehicle being intelligent, at the same time, the road infrastructure or the physical infrastructure, which could be a flyover or which could be a bridge, should also be intelligent enough to communicate to vehicle, to communicate to traffic management system, how much congestion a bridge is. So accordingly, the vehicles which are approaching the bridge can be adjusted. And then speed signs. It's not just only static speed signs, it could be variable speed signs depending on the traffic situation or the mobility. So there are various subsystems integrated into the intelligent system, which can also be integrated with the public transport, and various subsystems are integrated to provide better travel experience and better safety and security. And obviously, it needs to be integrated with the current cloud infrastructure, and it needs to be integrated with the artificial intelligence so that we can have better manageability and better security. And IoT and Industry 4.0 is picking up with the how to make infrastructure to be more intelligent with sensors and communication and networking. So IoT is also part and parcel of it. And then things like blockchain, where we're talking about vehicle-to-vehicle communication, vehicle-to infrastructure communication. How do you take care of safety and security? How do you make sure the information is secure? Otherwise, it will pose a different kind of a challenge where somebody else can control a big damage. So the supply chain mechanism is controlled through blockchain so that it is going to be more secure. So all those systems will integrate, work in harmony to provide better intelligent transport system. So, objectives for this, as I mentioned, to provide safety, security, ease of travel, travel experience to. Shall I give an example of the latest, vehicle such as Fortuner, how much fuel efficiency that we are optimizing, and with this technology, it can be furthermore travel time. Now we are looking at how best we can reach the destination with the shortest span of time and least amount of fuel being spent. And more importantly, how to make the planet better for living. That means zero carbon footprint. That is the but if you can optimize the fuel efficiency by spending less, that is what is the technology going to bring. Technology is going to enable the existing systems or existing vehicles to be more efficient, more fuel friendly. Obviously, when we talk about electric vehicles and the solar powered vehicles, they are again digital technology enabled, and we are bringing more and more intelligent, lowest denominator possible. That means at the vehicle infrastructure on the highways itself, there are multiple sensors, including CCTVs. They are not just only capturing the video streaming, but they are able to send communication to traffic management to be able to route, to be able to make sure the ease of transportation is happening. So with that, I just would like to conclude here, and then we will get into the panel discussion. And if there are any questions, we will take it at the end. Thank you. Oh.
Okay, thanks, RK, for your deep, really thoughtful infrastructure requirements of the intelligent transport systems and what really that goes inside the complexity of the data. In this discussion, let us bring a few intelligent questions so that it will be, it will bring some sort of a purpose to this data actually. Okay, I mean, I'm not going to talk about much of the technologies questions, but from the impact point of view and what kind of the IEEE's role and what the directions it should take and it should give. I think that's the thing. Okay, I think let's begin with one question. With I think probably India aims to achieve net zero emissions by 2070. And at the transportation maintains a significant contributor to the urban population and the urban pollution. Okay, and which is definitely is going to impact the livelihoods, impact our inclusions and all other aspects. Actually, that's the reason that segment is completely surrounded by all the data principles. And how can we balance the immediate mobility needs of India's growing middle class with the sustainable transportation goals, particularly in the tier 2 and tier 3 cities? I mean, can you just
Especially tier 2, tier 3 cities, the public transportation is not that high, right? So because of mobility, they either depend on their own personal vehicle, and the public transportation is very much limited. Maybe major portions of the city, not to the interiors, right? And personal vehicle, again, electric vehicles are not penetrated much into the tier 2, tier 3 cities because of various infrastructure constraints. I think going forward, one, definitely electric vehicles and solar powered vehicles, their penetration is going to be high. Slowly, the economic opportunities in tier 2, tier 3 cities, business opportunities in tier 2, tier 3 cities are growing. And then some of the industry hubs are going to be, once the tier 1 cities are getting saturated, obviously they have to move to tier 2 and tier 3 cities. And more importantly, tier 3 cities, the shared communication, shared transport is an accepted norm, right? So if we can come out with apps and if we can make it into their own local language, and obviously the shared communication right now, it happens through word of mouth, but it can be through technology enabled if we have user-friendly apps and if we make it popular in those cities. That is one. And second, communities. If we can bring communities for increased public transportation, not necessarily the major transportation by the transport operator, but it could be a local operator, to provide last mile communication, last mile transportation. And the third is usage of technology, right? With the mobile phone, and UPI is a great example. Once, we thought digital payments may not be possible, but today, even the remote village in India and remote vendor, street vendor, very much accepting payments digitally. So it's a myth. Today it may be a little bit difficult in our mind, but I think the way we have pioneered UPI, the same model can be applied.
Thanks. Okay. And I think, Varun, from your experience, I think you must have seen villages. I mean, definitely with your last mile connectivity and transportation. What is your take on the total achieving the net zero? That we have a correct inclusion of our society, and also the keeping the mind of the livelihood and the technological differences. What is your observations in the real world, actually?
Probably I'm the only odd man out here. I was in technology for a decade and a half and then started building sustainable communities in the outskirts of Bangalore and Delhi. That's what I do as a business. Now, I think two important points which we are talking about is, making sure that we become, carbon neutral by 2070. Now, I think if I try to think about this, two major initiatives I think we as a country will have to think about is, in the last 50 years, what we have done fundamentally is that we have cut the trees and we have just grown a lot of food because that's what the problem was, right? In the 70s, that's what the problem was. And in this process, we have become food grain sufficient. But the problem is that we have cut a lot of trees. Now, the only way you can, so one way is that you're trying to do green and do a lot of things, but the one fundamental thing, if you do right, then a lot of this problem can be resolved very quickly, and that is planting trees. Now, what happens that we as a business, we try to take a larger parcel of land in the outskirts of cities and then plant a lot of trees there. And trees naturally will give you fruits, they'll purify your air, they'll make sure your carbon neutrality is actually taken care of. Most of the companies across the globe are actually having this as a mandate. And as we approach 2045, 2050, 2060, 70, this will grow. So my submission is that if you look at the rural India, now the grains are really not the fundamental of their earning. Now they are gradually looking at doing smart agriculture where they're trying to do not only regular staples, but fruits, veggies, exotic fruits, and so many herbs. So I think this entire development, which is happening right now in India, is actually a major contributor towards becoming net neutral. Apart from the technology, I'll touch base the technology part of it now, but I think this is very fundamental and core of the current changes which is happening across India, and this is absolutely happening in the outskirts of metros for sure. But at the same time, I have seen the regular villages, because I get an opportunity to travel to tier 2, tier 3 cities as well. Fundamentally, I come from a tier 3 city. That's where I was born, the outskirts of, and very close to Banaras in eastern UP. Now, even in those places, people of our age and the younger kids are understanding the value of planting trees. And that's very heartening. Now, I'll come back to the technology aspect of it. As you rightly said, when we talk about mobility, scooters and two-wheelers, I think that's where most of India travels through the two-wheelers, right? Car is fine. I mean, I'm not disputing that, but you have to impact somewhere there to basically control this carbon emission and all the havoc which is happening. I'll take an example of my driver in my native. He actually comes by a electric scooter. He charges it 3 or 4 days, every 3 or 4 days once. He drives about 10-15 kilometers. And this man is about 50 my age, hardcore villager, does farming. But look at the impact of technology. This guy is consistently using from last 3-4 years. His son actually bought it for him. And that's the power of technology, and that's where the impact is. So my sense is that, as you rightly said, like when UPI was coming or digital payment was coming, nobody gave us a chance. But look at the impact it has created in the overall economy. I mean, unfortunately, most of our economy was not really structured. So all our GDPs and all these numbers were really not accepted by most of the world. But now, the more digital transactions we do, we as an economy are respected more in the Western world, and same will happen with the technology. So the digital payments have been a huge upside. My sense is solar power enabled vehicles and electric vehicles are going to be a phenomenal change, and they are already impacting the rural economy. So I think for me, these are two very key, developments which are happening in last decade or so, last 4 or 5 years, not even a decade. So that's very heartening for me, and that's where I see a lot of hope.
Good summary, Varunji. Yeah, that's correct. I think the impact of the electric vehicles that are coming to the rural India, and also the consciousness of the growing trees and living in the green areas. I think the technology is also contributing to that. Actually, I think these are the two aspects that it will be transforming the rural and also urban, the divide. Actually, it is not going to make that much. I think it's really practical things. I mean, it is not just some news about paper or anything, but it's the person who has seen was going through all the villages and seeing the different problems, especially the last mile connectivities, and then what adoptions that are really happening and what infrastructure that's happening. That's the reason I think Arun's opinions and the observations play a lot of role in shaping the overall data things actually. I think another question we can see that the logistics sector is another important area. I know it is happening something known as a ULIP, that is Unified Logistic Interface in India, where we can go and then connect to the API and get the vehicles data. That is happening in India. There is a ULIP, I think, but not fully, but it is being integrated, I guess. Okay. So the logistics sector is crucial for India's economic growth. And of course, with inclusivity, both from the women and underserved, and then also the digital divide. And then how can the technological interventions in freight mobility that help reduce the cost and environmental impact while improving the efficiency across India's diverse geographic regions? Unless we integrate these areas, I think the inclusivity will become very tough. When the livelihood is not happening, then definitely the dignity is going to be a question mark. So when these, when it comes to the organized logistics, especially in the form of the APIs and also educating them, how do you think the best way the IEEE or these programs can drive such initiatives? Can you just
So coming from the IT background, anything to create a heterogeneous system to be able to accept by multiple vendors, multiple players, is through standardization, right? Once you have standardization and the spec, and especially when it comes to logistics, I think we need to identify the clusters for logistics where multiple players can have their goods to be stored and then connected that with the transportation system. And what should be the spec for setting up a logistic cluster and then connecting that with your highways or city infrastructure? Today, it is being organized individually. I have seen, most of these guys have the same areas. For example, Flipkarts or Amazons, they have their logistics centers. They outsource to, for example, shipping vendors like Delivery, ShipRocket. And they have logistics in Hoskote and then Electronic City, these two centers that I know. And then they will internally distribute to respective localities or neighborhood. Is it today, having any spec driven? I don't think so. Because of that, multiple players don't operate, right? So because of that, we end up having similar infrastructure created by multiple these e-commerce operators. So one, we have to come out with the spec. And second, there should be not just only the spec to the logistics store, but also to the connectivity, right? How many bays it should have, and what should be the mechanism to connect to highways and internal roads, and then the specification of the vehicles, right? So all this today, it's good to see most of the transport vehicles are electric vehicles, right? But we should drive that as a spec. And tomorrow, once hydrogen vehicles are also happening for transport, and I think keeping that in mind, we should drive a futuristic spec standards so that all these operators will operate, and there will be safety and security. People should not feel that, hey, complying to the spec, my business intelligence is taken away. Versus, it's good to use the same infrastructure by multiple players that are actually competing in the field, but able to use the same infrastructure. So standards and the spec is the way.
The mobile towers, right? I mean, we used to have mobile towers which are initially, installed by individual vendors, but later it was all shared. Yes. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Mobile portability is another. True. So just to add to what you said, Rama, I think government of India is doing a phenomenal job in the last couple of decades by building huge road network. And some lot of people actually mention that until you have great road infrastructure, you as a huge economy cannot prosper, or you cannot become a big economy. Now, I mean, my sense to a lot of startup guys and to younger ones who are looking to do startups is that how do we leverage the road network right now? Most of the country is, I mean, we are coming with a huge road network. How do we leverage that? How do we think about startups which kind of fix the problem of mobility of goods and services, both, particularly goods, not services, goods across India? I mean, imagine the kind of tomatoes they produce here in the outskirts of Karnataka. By the way, it is being transported all over India, but how can we make it more efficient? How can we make it more reliable so that the farmers could get better advantage and all of this? So I think my personal hunch is that in the next decade or so, there should be a lot of startups coming around solving the problem of last mile delivery and in a large scale delivery as well. Not only last mile delivery, but a large scale delivery. Imagine in Shimla, we are getting apples. If it is possible to deliver it within a week in Tamil Nadu, naturally the prices will be lesser. Right now, I think they're not doing a great job there. So I think a lot of youngsters will come and do this job. So my hunch is road network is still not exploited. It has to be exploited. A lot of technology and mobility related things will actually be built around it.
Data-driven allocation for logistics. See, today, for example, city town planning, if you really look at this much population, we need to have a park, right? And we need to have, let's say, a water tank. We need to have, this is based on the consumption of certain facilities, but we don't look at from the logistics point of view. For example, there is an agriculture land. Did we look at this crop, how much cold storage is required, and did we keep, asset or allocation for logistics so that it can be transported, right? Similarly, if there is a industrial park, right, there is a automotive sector, ACZ. Did we look at logistics related to that, all spare parts, or whatever is required? We don't, right? We just allocate and, the people construct and happen it. Then we look at the logistics later. See, logistics should be as the first step. When you allocate particular infrastructure for particular purpose, let us look at logistics is part and parcel of it. Again, through the spec, when you give the spec and the standards, it should become automatic.
So there's a lot of interplay and also the interoperability of the systems from the data-driven systems, actually. Okay, good. I think because of the time, maybe can we take a few questions from the audience? If any questions? Otherwise, anything that you would like to contribute, so that you see it is though we are just breaking the ice actually. But when it comes to the really, I mean, we all should contribute to the DIITA's objectives of especially IEEE SA, that is a standardization, and every input is really useful. So we request you, if you have anything to share or anything that you would like to.
Yes, sir. So as sir mentioned, in future we are expecting the cars to generate at least 4,000 GB of data per day. And for the communication part, we are still right now dependent on legacy networking technologies like 4G, 5G. Do you feel there's a need for a specific technology for connected cars, or is there in progress right now? What all technologies are there? Or is there a specific need, or is it okay if we go with the current approach, the legacy approach for the communication part?
Yeah, I think I will answer partly, and I will request RK to answer the vehicle-to-vehicle communication. So what is happening? There are two parts. One is there is an communication for the infrastructure, which is on the road side. The road is also it has got its own sensors, and the pavement, that's a different thing, maybe because of time. Otherwise, I can speak only on the subject for really after workshop actually. And so the second part is the within the vehicle, and the third part is the vehicle to vehicle. Okay, so from the roads infrastructure point of view, you can see there are network survey vehicles, NSVs, that are going all around our national highways. And then they are collecting data, and then they are collecting roughly daily, I guess, 250 GB of image data every day. And then there is a problem in uploading the data. Only 50% is being uploaded as per the CRRA. I know the CRRA and NHA is the two institutions basically. Okay, and then out of the 50%, only another 50% is being sampled. Out of that, another 50% is going. So that means what is happening is the infrastructure, data, and intelligence we are not using much. Not because of we don't collect it. We are not having the correct standards to collect and use it. Okay, from the infrastructure point of view. Then there are roughly around 20 different sensors are being used on the infrastructure side. You can see there are something like FWDs, that the Pauling weight deflectometers, and then Beckelman, let's say, deflectometers, and then there are ATCCs. So they are collecting the data. They're all forming under the infrastructure side communications actually. Okay, there we don't need the high-speed communications like 5G. Even the LoRa and any other IoT-based communication is good enough there, except for the video. But when it comes to the in-vehicle, then things are different. I think that's where Rama is expert in the CAN and other areas where he worked for long decades actually. Okay, so I request him to speak about that. And then the vehicle-to-vehicle communications, which is completely on the, as you said, it will be 3G or as well as the navigational things. Now I think every vehicle should be equipped with the Navic chipset. So that way the transition is happening. Okay, interoperability is also happening. But the impact is that what are the other areas this particular technology will impact the day-to-day life actually for normal common man like you and me. Okay, I think that's where the overall the direction. From the technology point of view, I think probably RK can speak about within a few minutes on the vehicle to vehicle and within the vehicle actually. Yeah.
So vehicle to vehicle, again, 5G is just one mode of communication, but it can use any of the existing infrastructures, including OFCs, which is laid on the highways, where vehicle can talk to a gateway, and gateway can talk to other entities through existing infrastructure. And it's IP-based communication. And 5G is good enough. It's not, 5G, there is a limitation. 5G is expected to have very less limitation in terms of bandwidth, because it has got built-in AI, and network elements can talk to each other and adjust. And secondly, within the vehicle, the way we have any PC architecture, the components which are connected through PCI, similarly, a lot of standardization happened within the vehicle communication. DeviceNet can standard interfaces. But in addition to that, there's a lot of standardization on automotive electronics, how it is integrated to engine control systems or emergency systems, your navigation, and any number of things, right? Including there is a gateway, which I talked about, any advanced vehicle which has got capability to communicate to other vehicles. And there are some standards, vehicle to vehicle communication. For example, without 5G, if there is a LiDAR technology, can it send information to opposite vehicle just to notify that I'm very close to your vehicle, so that both can adjust? So that kind of standards and vehicle to vehicle communication without depending on any service provider is also happening, right? And of course, every vehicle is enabled with 5G. So whatever technology that you have with wireless communication, be able to communicate and be able to detect. In addition to that, there is a capability to talk to each other. And also there is a cyber physical systems with the infrastructure, right? A vehicle can talk to a bridge, and the bridge data with respect to congestion or whatever will be able to notify without depending on GPS, but there is a congestion ahead, and accordingly the traffic management system can send a notification to slow down.
Any questions? Any other? Yeah.
Hi, sir. Actually, we were discussing about DIITA, which is Dignity, Inclusion, Identity, Trust and Agency. After coming here, I got an idea how to include everything in the cyber. I know how to give identity to everything in the cyber and trust and agency also. But still, I have doubt on how we can build dignity in the cyber world. Since this dignity is basically on human behavior, it depends on different environment and culture. So if we want to standardize dignity in the cyber world, how we can impart it? So can you share your views on that?
Definitely. See, if you remember one of my slides, which is especially for the one use case I will take, I'm not going to take the entire gambit of the whole thing, but if you take one use case of the disabled persons and even people with deaf, dumb and blind, okay, they need a different mobility. We cannot have the same mobility of the normal people actually. Okay, let's take only for that, and then there are other areas also we can discuss as an example. Assuming that the if you look at say traditionally, you can find some sort of exclusive areas only for the disabled persons. That's what physically leaving that. I mean, there used to be physical space basically for them. Now in the digital, there is again they can be empowered with the digital technologies to navigate easily. Okay, and also to go to any place without their without any other resistance. It is also their freedom. The dignity is not going to come from any other thing. It's like a freedom to navigate, freedom to have the mobility. That is there. They can go to the work. They can do their job. Okay, so they don't need to really depending upon the somebody's mercy. So that I think the intelligent transport systems can really bring, and for that the standards are very much important. So if you build some sort of a big network, or maybe like a metro or anything, how the disabled persons also can utilize them actually without any, difference. Definitely, if you go to any Western country, you will see the disabled persons have far better approaches and accessibility than in India. Okay, that the reason is the whole thing is integrated there. But in our case, what is happening is it is this considered secondary. But I think with some recommendations, there will be some change with respect to them. That's only one use case. There are other use cases also there, especially mobility and transportation is a real big thing. And I think to add the technological view of that actually, I think NVIDIA is working on two things. I think Cosmos and other is the some universe or something. There are two programs they're working on to build the physical nature of the entire world into AI systems. And if that comes, that means the blind person or the some sort of deaf person or any disabled person will have very personalized assistance. And to build that kind of a thing is a long way, but of course there is a way to the technology is not too far when it comes to the, of course, cost is a political issue. It will come down definitely. But I think NVIDIA, you can look at very recently, the CEO's talk also that they are working on that actually. So the robotics are going to play a role. These assistive technologies are going to play a role, and the digital technologies with language translations are going to play a role, especially for many people. With they to safeguard their freedom of mobility and the freedom of their life actually they want how they want it. So definitely that brings the technological cover without proper standardizations. I think they will not be able to get it actually. So our objective being in the technology provider, especially technology organization like the Technology for Humanity, the whole purpose of IEEE is to bring that kind of angle to the whole thing. So as again going back to what MJPL said, is the technology is a POC unless it is adopted actually. So that adaptation is the one can happen and bring a lot of dignity actually. Inclusivity is the digital divide. The literacy scales are slightly different. Dignity is the freedom of movement. Is I think that way we can think, and then there may be a number of other things might form. Good question. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe the lighter note, I want to add that don't you think we're depending too much on a technology, human beings, that means adverse effect on the universe maybe one or the other day. Because everywhere you said, vehicle can talk to the bridge. And do you think, if you think practically, end of the day, human stops thinking. That the human thinking power, I think somewhere is becomes one day. If you think, depending too much on the technology, stop thinking. They depends on technology. Every day, get up in the morning, depends on technology. Technology. That makes human somewhere. This is a lighter note. I just wanted to have, yeah. Sure.
Yeah. There are two things. Definitely, I think one part definitely I will try to answer. See, it is something like having the good technology is like an empowerment. It is not like a kind of distraction or a limitation. We can think that is an empowerment. Let's say, for example, we have a good, comfortable vehicle or the comfortable guaranteed road that when I start from this place, let's say long place of the near telecom layout, and I want to reach here by 10. Okay, and every time I am seeing that you are going away, and now you are going to reach at 10:05, 10:10, these things. It is not going to really, I'm not thinking about that. It is empowering me that I can do my decisions. How far I can come. Even just 1 minute example also. Then I can call Nitin and then say, I will be there by 10:05 or something like that. Okay, it is an empowerment. It is not a kind of a limitation by any means, actually. Similarly, the one such accident that the as a counter example, one person drove the vehicle on the bridge, and then there was no bridge at all, and then there was an accident in some other state, and then a few people died. It is unfortunate. Again, the technology did not fulfill the real need and expectations, actually. But that is where one way it is that too much of blind belief in the technology is also not a option. At the same time, not having technology is not a correct thing. So we need to strike a balance that will bring the both the person's freedom and also the empowerment of the things. It'll give like a more empowerment is the opinion. I mean, if you look at any of these LLMs or any translations, they give the power to talk to other person. Let's say we go to northeastern states. I don't need to worry about whether I know Manipuri or anything. I can just speak in my own language and then it will be translated there actually. So it's an empowerment rather than the limitation is my opinion. What do you think?
So I think this has been the question for long. When calculator was invented, the same question happened. Hey, what is going to happen to people's calculation ability? And then when computer got invented, then the same question. Hey, what people are going to do? I think their brain power is going to come down. And we used to be good at writing our own accounting and all that. Now computer does that with Tally. Then what is going to happen to our intellect? And now with the AI, we have the same question. But in this whole journey, I think the basic calculations they offloaded to calculator. They started more focusing on how to make their business run efficiently. And when computer got invented, the same thing, the basic things what they were doing earlier, they offloaded to computer. It was doing much better, and they started focusing on doing more things. In the same way, in the current generation, I think humans will do much more intelligent and productive things, and they are going to leverage what system can do, and they will be focusing on what more they can add value to the society. And the second one is, I'll go back to that question where how we are going to provide level playing field to some of the differently abled people. For example, with the autonomous cars, if a blind person sits inside the car and using voice to navigation mechanism, and if he just says that I have to reach Electronic City by this time, then automatically the navigation and autonomous vehicle takes him to the place. He feels enabled, empowered. He doesn't have to depend on the driver, and he doesn't have to really feel whether my driver will take me or not. I'm sitting alone. What is going to happen? Versus if there is enough confidence, because technology doesn't have any bias, right? It takes, and the person, more importantly, the person feels empowered. And the person, instead of really struggling to come here because he's blind, versus he can focus on better things, which probably the system is not capable of doing at this point in time. I think human intellect will go above these systems are already providing it, and that's how the evolution continues.
Thanks. Yeah.
One more point. I think technology is a great leveler. What happens that today our maid or our house help, and we watch the same news channel, same content, right? Their kids and our kids have same access to same kind of physics wala or anything like that. Isn't it a phenomenal thing, phenomenal power we have at hand? So technology, as far as I've seen, any evolution has always helped, and it has been a great lever in the society. The discrimination, the inherent discrimination which was there, is gradually diminishing, and with time and more technology, it'll become fair. So technology is the most lethal tool to bring democracy at every level. So I think technology is a great thing, and we all should just let it happen.
Good. Thanks. Can we conclude, if you don't mind? Yeah. Any other? Yeah. Please.
Good morning, everyone. This is regarding the autonomous vehicles that sir was mentioning. And in the morning, there was one mention about guidelines and regulations that we need to build such systems. We need to work on that. And regarding autonomous vehicles, and as you mentioned, the public air transport system has to be intelligent. Have we drawn any guidelines or regulations or some kind of requirements for the public transport? I mean, the road construction companies, how they have to build the roads, or at least do we have a test track if thinking that one day we build autonomous vehicles, or else we will end up only providing services or giving kind of technology for somebody building autonomous vehicles. Right. Thank you.
Madam, I think it's a really good question. It is related to the infrastructure. I mean, if you can look at the question from the intelligent transport systems, it becomes on the infrastructure side. Let me tell you in the Indian context, there's something called IRC. I don't know how many of you are aware of that, Indian Roads Congress. Okay. So if you look at the Indian Roads Congress, there are hundreds of standards that are there about Indian roads. Road equipment you have to use. What is the the different pavement systems, like bituminous pavement systems, then it is a flexible bituminous pavement systems, or it is a hard bituminous, or even your landing of the airstrips, and the interjections of rails and roads, and what are the different road assets, like the crash barriers, and also the channels that are being created across the roads. So there are pretty much standards are there in India. Okay, what is the evolution is happening even today? What is that the digitization aspects of that? There's something called RAMS, that is the Road Asset Management Systems, RAMS actually. Okay, so these things are going to create the fundamental assets to enable autonomous vehicles. It's not just by having a sophisticated car, imported car, is not going to work in Indian roads under any circumstance actually, unless the roads are built and digitized to interact with that vehicle actually. So what is happening is the RAMS is the one that is playing a role. There are a lot of studies have been done. I think Orissa government, that the first RAMS was implemented in Orissa. And then there are other, every day you can see some of the tenders like that, various RAMS are so there. And the whole network of the roads and roadways, and also different ways, maybe waterways and also the railways, they are getting multimodal interconnectivity, so that the vehicles are able to get the connectivity. And also there the OFCs are being laid across and alongside the road, so that the communication is becoming predictable rather than only on that actually. So the OFC is also happening. And also there is another if you see the NHI tender very recently, the tender is to put the 33 kV energy pipelines actually, basically across the roads, so that the EV vehicles will get the enough energy when they are moving. So even that is also happening. So what is there are multiple dimensions that are happening practically in India. And even if you look at, if you observe the roads that are happening, and especially in NHIs, I mean, national highways, how the traffic is being estimated. How long the traffic can go like this, for example, how many millions of axles that it can withstand. After that, it needs the rehabilitation. So there are standards like FWD, that is falling weight deflectometers. Then there are genetic algorithms, which talks about uh, uh, the the remaining life of the pavement, which is from the IIT Kharagpur, which is the KGP back actually. This is back calculations. Okay, and if it is using some another back calculation technique is Mich back. There is a Michigan University's back calculation technique. So there are other algorithms that tell about how far this road pavement can withstand, how many millions of axles it can withstand. When do you need this rehabilitation? And all these things are fed to the intelligent systems. The digitization is happening through the NSV, that is network survey vehicles basically. And also there is another important aspect, especially for the EV's case, is there's something called IRI. IRI is the International Road Roughness Index. We call it as IRI or something like that, but more or less it is the road roughness index. If you look at even China's roads, it's very excellent conditions of IRI. And in Indian conditions, it's roughly around 5 or something in the scale. Very not a poor, not all roads, but many of the roads. Because of that, the vehicle is getting damaged, especially EVs. When the sudden accelerations and sudden decelerations, because of the road roughness actually. But by providing the correct road roughness index, the VA vehicles can be improved. So that way, the infrastructure digitization and also known as the asset revitalizations, which are getting the CAD also is coming into the whole picture, so that you can pinpoint in which mesh or the segment the issue is there. And IP, the in-depth payment monitoring techniques is also happening, which is, I think you can see from the CRRA, the Central Road Research Institute, they have floated several tenders actually. So the effort is happening from the infrastructure monitoring point of view, and then digitizing them, connecting them to the internet network. But it's a long way. But I think that's where we need to offer some sort of
State
highways and yeah.
state highways and national city infrastructure, state incentive.
Yes, it's different ballgame.
Happened the way city has grown, or city or village has grown, and wherever the space is left, and we started making. So because of that, completely transforming them will take time. But especially you can see these kind of standards, which are in line with any international standards, happening on highways, national highways and state highways.
That's correct, madam. Standards are different. The IRC standards are different. That's it. Okay, thank you very much for giving this opportunity. Thanks, RK. Thank you, Varun, and thanks. I hope we did not bore you. And definitely sorry for the delay. I think after the tea, I think we'll have better, more exciting things.
Thank you, and hope it is useful. Thank you.
That was an insightful discussion on how digital identity can shape the future of intelligent mobility. We truly appreciate the perspectives shared by our moderator and panelists. I now invite Mr. Narayanan Mandalika to present the token of appreciation to Mr. Maruti, Mr. Ramakrishna Rama, and Mr. Varun Kumar Pandey. Mr. Ramakrishna Rama. Pandey. You will take a short break. Please take this time to network and refresh yourself. We will return in 20 minutes with the next session. Next, we have an insightful session on inclusivity with identity, access to finance, and leveraging DPI with privacy. This discussion will focus on how digital public infrastructure can be harnessed to provide secure and inclusive financial services while ensuring data privacy. I am honored to welcome Mr. Chandramohan Maladi, Senior Leader at TCS India, driving digital India solutions and platforms with 29 plus years of experience in BFSI transformation. He leads enterprise digital platforms in lending, KYC, financial inclusion, payments, and healthcare, and serves as a convener for the BFSI Standing Committee at BIS. A key contributor to NITI Aayog, RBI, and DFS initiatives like PMJTY and digital payments. He has represented India at the WEF and published in MIT Sloan and CSI. A renowned speaker at CLI, IEEE, and Peace Network. He has received multiple national leadership spots in PCI awards during digital transformation in BFSI. Let's welcome Mr. Chandramohan Maladi.
For PPT, can you just put it on? Thank you. Yeah, hello. Good morning or good afternoon, whatever time it is right now, 12:15. So I'll try to spend next 45 minutes on a story that would probably help you to share what are the things that I am involved in the recent past in terms of creating the digital infrastructure for a country. You heard about creating physical infrastructure, creating roads, creating sanitation facilities, creating smart cities, creating the electrification, water, all that. What it gave is the livelihood improvement for the citizens, right? You are able to commute faster, you are able to reach faster, cost effectiveness and all of that. The difference between the physical infrastructure, which is largely available in the developed countries, to a digital infrastructure. So why we call it as a digital infrastructure? Because you are creating some railroads which are common for citizens, businesses, and government to consume in an affordable, secured manner at a scale. So that's the story I'm going to run today. The hope I can. 1 minute. Does this works? Go to the next slide. Go down. Oh, sorry. So okay, back a little bit before going into digital public infrastructure. What is a necessity to create? When you have a bank account or insurance company, right? Olden days, we know we used to create accounts. All the data related to customer and KYC reside in the organization, whether it is a bank or that is an insurance. But when you open recent times in the last 10 years a bank account, the account you would have done eKYC with biometric Aadhaar, and then KYC is done, account is opened instantaneously. You call it as examples of many banks have done Kotak 811 or whoever has done today. If you go to any bank, your account opening is flashy. The reason is there is a common infrastructure which provides you proof of identity and proof of address, right? So creating such infrastructure, what is the necessity to have it? Instead of creating the entire customer data, account data into separate systems, can we create a common railroad? Which common railroad can be consumed by citizens, by government, and businesses. Whether the business could be opening of an account, selling a mutual fund, or selling an insurance product, could be anything. But essentially, whatever I need to know about customer, I don't need to maintain myself. Now the question comes in that what is this necessity, right? So when you talk about before the eKYC, used to be costing 250 rupees to 300 rupees per bank. Today, account opening cost in a bank is hardly 40 to 50 rupees. That's a cost of optimization. Account opening, if you earlier days, if you have opened account, it used to take at least 2 to 3 days. You submit the application form, then they say, come tomorrow, we'll give you account number, passbook, all of that. Today it is instantaneous. It is most of the times it is online. All of these efficiencies of reducing the cost, enhancing the customer delight, in fact, giving the more secure way of doing things were possible because of created digital infrastructure. UPI is one example which somebody spoke about, which you to create a cash light society. When you're traveling on a toll, on a car, on a highway, you get paid automatically is another infrastructure. So there are several examples. When you're checking into the airport, when you do the DIITA, right? It is secure. Now the question comes in, if I'm traveling, let's say I have done 20 travels, will the government know where all I traveled? The privacy at the core of the entire digital systems. The trust and privacy, where your travel details, even though you use DIITA, it is not stored in the government's central server. It's only on your mobile. That's why your DIITA app weights very high. A very important thing is while you capture the data, while you do the public infrastructure facilities, like Aadhaar example, it is important you maintain the privacy, sovereignty of that particular customer. Imagine if you lost your biometrics, imagine if you lost your credentials, imagine if somebody is doing a surveillance on you, you would never like to use the digital public infrastructure, right? So essential part of it to maintain privacy. Now this slide, how it is relevant is, when G20 summit happened last year, India is the chair of G20. There are 17 sustainable development goals are identified. Like example, removal of hunger, okay, eradication of poverty, bringing health for all. There are several 17 in the list, which I don't want to read. But essentially, these are the objectives which are required to maintain for G20 countries as a committee, where they say sustainable development has to happen. These 17 metrics have to be met. If you have to meet these 17 metrics manually, okay, without even involving technology, it's not possible to achieve these 17 goals by 2030, which is a goal created. So if you have to create a, let's say we talk about sustainable goals of your carbon neutrality, green, less paper, okay, making transportation much more easier, less carbon emission and things like that. Information of technology, which is very difficult to achieve. So what they have done is, these 17 goals to achieve, the only tool that helps the countries is called digital public infrastructure. So that is a driven agenda by our Prime Minister, where it talks about India created a larger DPI set, which they call it as DPGs originally, which is digital public goods. I will talk about what is the difference. To the price UPI in your country, India is ready to give UPI free of cost. Okay, so essentially India contributing to digital diplomacy by providing software as a free of cost to community of the global community. And these 17 goals to achieve DPI is a very important. Go to the next slide. Now, you might ask the question of why DPI is required and what way it is useful. Can you go to the next slide? Okay. So if you look at, I'm just taking 2-3 slides, little history behind so that you understand the context and what it is. So if you look at the second aspect, if you talk any country as a underdeveloped country to developing country to developed country, the only thing that matters is the inclusive development. If your 2% of the population is completely rich, 98% is poor, development is completely inclusive. If you have to make an inclusive society, you need to move from an informal economy to a formal economy. Okay. When you say informal economy, be it the tax systems, be it your consumption systems, be it your
behavioral systems, the purchase patterns, and all of that. Unless you have an inclusive society, it is not possible to bring in and say that the country is developed. Like take in India as an example. If you have to say India is a developed country, why we are struggling so long is primarily because we lack the inclusivity. We have a lot of rich people, a lot of middle class, a lot of poor. But how do you bring in the democratize the entire access to the comfort that everybody has in this country? And that's where the belief is that you need to get into use the DPI tool to bring in that inclusivity. What are the types of inclusiveness that needs to bring in? There are 4 pillars of inclusiveness. One is your financial inclusion. That means you should have an ability to access financial products, be it the credit, be it the your payments, be it your collections, be it your savings, investments, blah, blah, blah. Ability to any equal right for everyone to have an access to the financial products so that they can take a loan, create some value-added product, able to sell, create the productivity out, and then link the skill in the program, will actually generate a person, a more productive person. So financial inclusion plays a very important role. As part of the financial inclusion only, you must have heard the program called PMJDY, Prime Minister Jan Dhan Yojana, which is essentially to drive this financial inclusion program. Okay, which is a comprehensive program. If I talk that topic itself will take an hour. Then the second inclusion is social inclusion. How do you include women, gender parity, especially religion parity? Then you have the digital divide. How do you bring access to the products and supplies of the entire country? Somebody is producing baskets in a particular village. How you can create a market linkages for her, right? So examples of ONDC program, if you have heard about it, the online e-commerce platforms which are democratized to create anybody to come into the supply chain world without the clutches of Amazons of the world, is an open network created. Right? A social inclusion comes into that area. The third area is the health inclusion. You see, imagine you brought somebody with all the direct benefit transfers and you brought the people to upliftment of their lives, but essentially the head of the family died or he has got a health issue. Then how do you, again the family goes back to the exclusion space, right? How do you bring in sustainability to the inclusion? So unless you are healthy, unless you are financially capable, unless you have equal right to access the products and services and where you are part of the mainstream development programs that are done by either the government or the private players, unless you have an education where you are able to know how to save money, how to spend money, financial discipline, digital discipline, coming out of the frauds which are coming out of the digital. So if you have the 4 pillars of education inclusion, financial inclusion, digital inclusion, health inclusion, education inclusion, then you can say the society is broadly as an inclusive society, right? So is a much larger, much bigger space. Go to implemented globally in various ways. US has a SSN number. So many countries have so many numbers, but India has Aadhaar. Creating identity systems which can be used for multi-purpose. Example, if you take Aadhaar as an example, today you can sign your documents using e-sign. The e-sign is verified by Aadhaar. Correct? You can actually go to DigiYatra, which I spoke about example. You are verified by Aadhaar. Your coding is done by Aadhaar. See the domain of the multiple use cases that is created. The fundamental identity system, which actually is a verifiable identity, that identity system has been used today to payments. You can actually buy using Aadhaar. I don't know how many of you know Aadhaar Pay. Actually, it is invented by TCS. And if say Aadhaar enabled payment systems today, which happens in the rural markets, anybody getting a pension end of the beginning of the month, They take money using only with their thumb, right? So Aadhaar is used to receive the payment. The Aadhaar is used to send the money. So there are several use cases you have built on top of identity. And identity is a core system. Then there is a payment system, which is primarily aimed at a cash-like society. So payments are primarily, you take examples of UPI, you know UPI widely because you are using it daily. But there are several payment systems in this country. You have an RTGS, you have NEFT, IMPS, Bharat Bill Pay, UPI, AEPS, Aadhaar Pay, toll collection, NACH. All these are payment systems only in the country. So creating a payment infrastructure. What is the great in creating a payment infrastructure? Payment is specific to your bank. No. The payment infrastructure is not about I have internet banking, mobile banking, I have a payment infrastructure. My ability to send from a person A to person B, irrespective of where they maintain their accounts. India has 4,000 financial institutions. So wherever you have an account, you are able to get the money. Why it is possible? It is because of the creation of the interoperable infrastructure. So interoperability by way of standards, by way of protocols, by way of security, then settlement and switching. This is the core function of that. And largely the interoperable payment infrastructures are done RBI, RBI subsidiaries like NPCI and IFTAS. So creating a payment infrastructure is a second role. The third is data exchange. I am giving bank statement to you, right, to get a loan. I maintain bank account, let's say with X bank, but I am asking for a loan from a Y bank, but I want to give you a bank statement. What is the original days, traditional days, what you used to do? You used to go get a printout of the bank statement, ask the branch manager to put Thapa, seal, and then give it to the other bank saying that this is my bank statement last 6 months, right? I am sure most of you must be doing even today. The point is today there are consent brokers who are coming to picture. There is an account aggregation network where you don't need any of those physical papers to flow. You can give a consent to share your bank statement to an entity where you are applying your by trying to buy a product, whether it be insurance, may it be your loan, and then you can also specify. I want to share this bank statement for 30 days. Then the loan is decided to give it to me or not. And you can also say, suppose if you don't give me a loan, please discard my data. You are not supposed to retain my data. That is where the DPDP Act comes into picture to regulate and control the data of your own. So nobody else is the owner of the data except you as a consumer. So how do we maintain a digital world of data leakages and all of that? So ability to create a data exchange infrastructure, which is completely data blind for the processor, and only owner is the customer, and the consent-based data sharing, this entire infrastructure is called account aggregator network, which is created as a railroad. So if you look at this, these three are primarily called as a, according to the definition of G20, definition of the India's DPI story, these three are called fundamentals of DPI. According to me, these are not just the three. If you go to land record registration in land records, it's a DPI. We do Ayushman Bharat, TCS does Ayushman Bharat, I don't know how many of you know. So Ayushman Bharat, entire insurer data is actually a DPI. If you, and it connects to the hospital networks, it connects to the TPAs, and it connects to the entire ecosystem for your claim settlement. So there are several DPI stories which will come in, but broadly, who the entire society talks about, these are the three major, whenever you call DPI, is to create a railroad for identity, railroad for payments, railroad for the data exchange. Next slide. So is it a platform? Is it a domain? Is it, as I told you, DPI is not a domain specific. It is an infrastructure you create. You create a road, you can use it for multi-purpose, going to school, going to the office, going to hospital, going to anything, right? You can create a number of use cases. The ability of creating that infrastructure, which is fundamental, which has no domain, which is basically can be consumed by the government, can be consumed by the citizens, can be consumed by the businesses for various purposes, is actually called a digital public infrastructure. Okay. Now, for like any other goods, can you go to the next slide? And it need not be created by government. It can be created by, one is obviously government creates the rules, frameworks, regulations so that it doesn't misuse. But essentially, there is an entire ecosystem comes in public-private partnership to run this. If you take UPI today as an example, before going to this slide, I'll try to explain this. To take UPI as an example, there is no one single entity provides UPI. UPI switch and settlement is done by NPCI. UPI app is prepared by PhonePay, Google Pay, ATMs of the world. UPI payment processing is done by the banks. So there are and there is a UPI payment aggregators like MobiKwik, Razorpay. You must have heard these names, right? So there are 4 players involved in processing your single transaction on a payment or transfer. It's actually public-private partnership where government created an infrastructure called interoperable switch and settlement. The rest of the players come forward to approve the transaction, to process the transaction, to settle the transaction. So this is an ecosystem play which worked beautifully for India. So there are several such examples which we can go into. So essentially, when India started doing this Digital India campaign, they looked at 4 pillars. Okay, the first pillar is the presence-less layer. The citizen should be able to do a transaction without him being present in person. Today you are able to do, you can open an account without you being present in front of the branch manager. Correct? You can buy insurance without you being present in front of anybody. And you can buy anywhere from any marketplace. You go to Bank Bazaar, you can buy from any insurance product, right? Or bank product. You can go to Policy Bazaar, you can buy from any. So you are able to do presence-less layer, then paperless layer. That is where the central KYC and other things have started. eKYC, central KYC, now recently video KYC. You can actually do KYC through video, right? Today, there is a regulatory framework to do that. So there are several ways of removing the paper, which is actually drawing back to the sustainability and less paper utilization, cutting of trees. You can relate to all of that. Imagine the number of pages that you would have printed to do applications of all of this. Today, you don't do it, right? Even the cashless layer, cash light layer, basically, what it should, all the initiatives of NPCI, of UPI, Bharat Bill Pay, IMPS, all this comes under the cashless layer. The fourth is a consent layer. You take a loan, you are given a consent, but you claim that you are not in India at that time when you given a consent and you put a court case. So you cannot do liquidation. So the entire legal framework of consent management, there is institutions created called IUs, institutional utilities, where they actually take the legal consent, again using the framework of Aadhaar. So if you look at it, when India started looking at digitization, these are the 4 pillars created. And the institutions are created under these 4 pillars. So cashless layer, NPCI is an institution created. IFTAS is an institution created. Similarly, when you look at IUs, is an institution created. When you look at identity, Aadhaar is the only entity created. But Aadhaar has a 3 layer. Aadhaar is called UID layer. Then you have Aadhaar service agencies. Then you have Aadhaar user agencies. There is a licensing network. Then, so like that, if you create, the infrastructure is created in such a way that it is nothing specific to a domain, nothing specific to a person. It is all about an infrastructure where everybody can come and use it. So we are able to create the definition of the API to you. Next. So where are these DPIs? As I just spoke about identity, data, and the payments, there are different payments. You can look at public services, you can look at healthcare, you can look at real estate, you can look at any area. You can create an entire infrastructure. Now the framework and template is available. It's all about how you create a regulation around it, how you create a policy around it, how do you make sure the digital systems are created, distributed, consumed in a very secure manner and a private manner. That's the only infrastructure. We will not do, only we have done three types. One is data, payments, and identity, but there are a lot of areas where India still needs to travel a lot of distance to become a digital society. Next slide. Next slide. So when we looked at DPG and DPI, this is actually a framework I have created. So I have a right to present it. So essentially, this is what I have understood from my experience in the last 10 years is, there is somebody like you can attribute this to your manufacturing. There is somebody who manufactures a product. Then there is somebody who distributes the product. Somebody who consumes the product. So that is a consumption infrastructure. When you go to a C&F agent, is a distribution infrastructure, carrying forward agent, or a dealer, or a distributor, or super stockist. Manufacturer who manufactures it. If actually apply to the service industry, take Aadhaar as an example. I am giving you Aadhaar every time because you understand it better. Aadhaar created, unrated you as a customer, giving you a number. It's a central repository of data. Do not assume that any DPG should have a central repository. DPGs are actually distributed, but in case of Aadhaar, it has happened so central. Now, that is an entity where you have all the citizens' data. Now, if I want to use it, can I use it? Can I go and ask Aadhaar to do it? You cannot do it. There is a network called Aadhaar Service Agency, which actually a regulated body by Reserve Bank of India, which is a data blind. They cannot see data passing through, but they are only the router or a switch which will allow the data to be asked by the licensed entities only. Nobody can directly ask Aadhaar. You cannot ask Aadhaar anything. You have to go to an agency who has got license to ask. That means you are going to a bank or a citizen service center who are licensed to ask, right? If you are asking a passport, you have to go to a passport seva kendra, which is a licensed entity, which is called Aadhaar user agency, where you actually ask for me your Aadhaar verification. And I can ask, but I cannot ask directly to the UID. I have to go through an agency, technical agency called Aadhaar Service Agency, which is a distribution agency. Same story applies to UPI, right? UPI account is in the bank. That is the actual where the source of truth is there. But that is getting distributed through NPCI's UPI switch. Consumed by whom? Like your SBI, or iMobile app or Paytm. Those are the apps who are acquiring the transaction. You are facing only them. Behind that, there's a lot of story. Your transaction is taken up to NPCI. NPCI identifies where the account belongs to. The credit debit happens there, right? So the entire infrastructure is created to make sure the trust is established, the privacy is maintained, the scalability is distributed, and the cost is less, affordable cost. So you create DPGs on the ground, which is called foundational DPGs. That means you create an other UID is a foundational DPG. Creation of UPI by NPCI is a foundational DPG. That foundational DPG requires a distribution. That's where the entire public-private partnership comes in, and then they are regulated. But whereas when you go to the third area, where you actually expose or externalize the experience part of it, which is where your phone page and Google Pay, they are able to do innovation, bring a lot of contextualization toward need every day, and they're able to produce services which are relevant and contextual to you. I will give you an example. If you go to a bank, internet banking, mobile banking, you will find at least 250 to 400 services. Google Pay has hardly 4 or 5. You transfer, you purchase, or you pay merchant. Anything else you have seen? Bill payment. 4 to 5. If you go back, your payment could be for a biller, could be a school, could be a metro, could be anybody, but essentially it is doing only bill payment. Why people are contextual when you go to somewhere, you will open a Google Pay, phone pay, but you have to open your mobile banking, internet banking. Why? The reason is very simple. It is simple. Your context to your need at that point of time. You are able to establish a brand recall. If you go to a banking site, it will have 300 features, but you will never use it. In India today, 16 billion transactions happens per month in UPI. 90% of the transactions happen through these two companies' apps only. All the banking entities in the country, including SBI's ICICI of the world, is only contribute to 10%. The reason is the ability to make it simple, the ability to customer to make it, which is contextualized to his need, and very small and part of your life. So it's called lifestyle banking. Am I part of the lifestyle of the customer, right? So how it has come? It has come because if you ask the same thing to be done by the bank, it will not happen. Even today, it doesn't happen. So you are able to externalize the experience part of it. So externalization of experience is your consumption infrastructure. Externalization of your distribution is distribution infrastructure. And creating a golden source of truth is DPG. So you are a play for the government, regulated bodies, need not be government, and also the private parties and fintechs. So that's a framework. If any country wants to adopt, you can build any technology, any on top of it, you put AI, ML, and then make it more convenient, simple, and not human driven and all that. But the source framework, the foundation is this. So essentially, if you want to create an inclusive society, how DPI can help is this way. You create a framework, you create these technologies and tools which will provide the ease of use where everybody can participate. Next slide. Then security. If you lose money on any of the app, you will never open the app in your life. Right? If I lose 10,000 rupees on some app, as a common citizen, we will never use that app. That's our mindset, right? Irrespective of whether we are educated or not. How do you build trust? How do you build confidentiality? How do you build resilience, scalability, performance? I was telling my guys who are building UPI apps saying that, see, imagine a situation. I'm in a railway platform. Olden days, I used to buy water bottle, put it in a can, railway station, but I buy a bottle, train is moving up, my UPI don't work. What kind of frustration I will get? When you want to make a payment in midnight, 12 o'clock, if your UPI don't work, the convenience you are provided, but the frustration comes in. So it is important to make it highly accessible, available, resilient, performing, cost effective, secure, and trust. How do you create that security by design? By part of the solution, not security is not separate anytime. It's all part of your process when you are building your apps or solutions. So where we created the DPDP Act, which has come up, which is basically looking at only the digital data, not the physical data, and means you have your PAN card or Aadhaar card in a physical copy, the DPDP Act do not come. But the moment you scan it and store in your DMS, then the DPDP Act comes into picture. So any soft data that is in part of DPT, it has data principle, it has data fiduciary, and there's a big subject about it, which is service providers, processors, consent brokers. The entire framework for the security and privacy embedded into the solutions are a very essential part of the any DPA that we create. The moment customer or a citizen loses the interest or believes that my data is not safe, he will never come onto the system. So it's important that when you are doing this at a scale of 1.3 billion people, how do you bring in security, safety, confidentiality, privacy, and trust is a very, very important factor, which is initial days. Evolution of Aadhaar also had several breaches, but I think that nuts and bolts have been fixed. And a lot of things now, I would say 90 to 95%, I think we are relatively better than what we were 10 years back. So I can go into that where you created the registered devices network. You can't use any biometrics. There are a number of stories around it. How do you make it happen? Yeah, next. Because of the proximity of time, I'm limiting. So you can probably try to handle Q&A if there are some questions not answered. Yeah, next slide. So what is the impact of it? Go to the next also so that, no, go back. Yeah. See, imagine the use cases with just simply creating 3 railroads called identity, payments, and data exchange. Most of you must have gone through some of these experiences, correct? You have signed your documents through e-sign. Our contracts are getting signed through e-sign today, right? You have done UPI, that's a payment part. Your vaccination is done through COVID, is again part of the DPI infrastructure use case. You look at the credit part of it, the entire commerce part of it, ONDC network, the personal finance, the government services, your date of birth certificates, your school certificates, your DigiLocker as an example. If you name it, imagine the amount of disruption that is created in India today. Imagine all of this 10 years back were all manual. You are using paper, you are using cash, you are sending, traveling multiple times to make a payment, traveling multiple times to get a certificate, and then take a Xerox copy, take a stamp on top of it, then travel to office and give it. Imagine how much use cases. I don't want to read because this slide itself will take an hour to explain each of those, but I'm sure 50 to 60% of it as a common citizen, you must have used it. But all this was not miracle. All these were not created as silo applications or simple applications. They are all riding on top of the DPI, which is the 3 which we spoke about. So either they use payments or they use data exchange or they use identity to make sure that these use cases are put in picture. Okay, Aadhaar payment bit system is again done by TCS for NPCI, where you are getting your gas subsidy into your bank accounts directly today is only because of the Aadhaar payment bit system. I will try to explain that case study. Yeah, next slide. So some of the programs which TCS has not intent is not to sell TCS here, but essentially we just want to bring in some of those use cases, some of the murky programs that we have run in India, and these are only some. There are many. Okay, so you must have experienced the entire UIDA today run by TCS for India, and we run the direct benefit transfers. We have created the entire ecosystem where government claims that they save 17,000 crores per annum, which otherwise would have been leakage of funds through the middleman. Okay, so that's a benefit to the government, and also it is reaching the right beneficiary at right time. When Prime Minister announced the PM Kisan Yojana, how it worked, I will explain you in the next slide. So these are some of the programs we have done. Yeah, next slide. So this slide I will spend 2 minutes. This is a slide which I can explain to you with authenticity because most of this work I have been involved personally. Direct benefit transfers. How many of you remember when Prime Minister announced Prime Minister Kisan Yojana and Prime Minister Garib Kalyan Yojana during COVID times, where there is no work to the people on the ground, but they need survival food. They paid 2,000 rupees to all the BPL families. Remember, there is a news. The time Prime Minister announced, and the guy sitting in
somewhere in Bihar or UP or Jharkhand, in a remote village where bus cannot go, he has got the money within 7 days to his hands. How that is happened? This is his case study. So if you go, government announced it and say that, okay, we have budgeted X number of 1,000 crores, 10,000 crores. I'm just saying one example. To give it to X number of beneficiaries. And that fund is given to, let's say, one bank, State Bank of India. And given the task to State Bank of India, please disburse to those people. And those people have bank accounts in 4,000 institutions, starting from regional rural banks to urban cooperative banks to local banks to public sector banks to private sector banks, foreign banks, all of those banks, right? You have account, you only know where you have account. But government don't know where you have account. Government only knows that this is the Aadhaar number, I have to transfer this money, right? The money comes there. You don't know the account number where the customer maintains account. Fundamental to this is financial inclusion. Just before, coincidentally, before the corona, actually the PMJDY program got finished from 2014, if you remember, where it has a drive where open banking for all. Every person in India should have an account. Zero balance account. You have been given one ATM card with free of cost, which costed 50 rupees. Just given it free of cost. In fact, if you use the card, you get insurance for accidental claim insurance as well as the life insurance up to a certain value. And then they have driven this Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana and Suraksha Bima Yojana where you pay some 12 rupees and 330 rupees. You get life and the accidental cover. So the package is so well. Okay. Now that program, because of the account you have, is gone to a sponsor bank. For time being, I'm just telling you an example of SBI. Now the SBI says, okay, I don't know where these accounts are. They gave this data to NPCI to distribute. NPCI built a system called Aadhaar Mapper. That means you went to ATMs or branches, you set your Aadhaar number against an account number. That's a process you all must have gone through, right? Whatever you have seeded your Aadhaar number as an account number, that particular number NPCI collected. It's called Aadhaar Payment Bridge System. They have created a mapper. Okay, this is Aadhaar number, this is a bank code. They don't know the account number. Okay, they only have a bank code, a repository of all the citizens in India who have got bank accounts. Now, there, it has to go to multiple banks, right? So there is when you go to send to multiple banks, between the banks also settlement needs to happen after the transaction open. That is where the NACH system comes into picture, National Automated Clearing House. Now, it distributed the entire thing into 4,000 banks. Now, 4,000 banks, let's say you maintain in Sarkariya Bank in some Gujarat. Okay, now you got the file. Now, Sarkariya Bank in Gujarat should know the account number. They have the Aadhaar seeding account number with the amount, the account number, right? Aadhaar you only seeded in your ATM and branch, against the account number, this is my Aadhaar number. They resolve the account number, credit into the account. Now, credit into the bank, but the branch is 30 kilometers away from the old woman who is sitting in some village. That is where the financial inclusion network takes off. The business correspondent goes to the point of sale terminal or the kiosk, goes to the beneficiary's house and deliver that. All this happened in 7 days. Why? Because there are multiple systems operated, implemented at multiple stakeholders, be it be SBI, be it be NPCI, be it be. And they're crediting that amount. SBI should get credit. No, I have given for 1 crore people, 90 lakh people got received money, 10 lakh did not receive money. They have reconciled and refund that money back to the government. So that settlement happens through an RTGS system. Fortunately, I am not saying by design, in most of these chain of DBT, TCS were running different programs across. We have never thought that this story will come up. We have naturally done an NACH system. We have naturally done a mandate management system. We have naturally done some work for SBI. We have done some work for other banks. But when I started connecting the dots, actually we enabled DBT for India. I'm very proud to say this because it's not a small program. It has changed the lives of the people. And this is a DPI infrastructure that TCS contributed largely. I won't say we have contributed 100%, but largely we have contributed from a decision making of a policy announcement when the money reaches to the last beneficiary at an appropriate time. And this is a case study. I thought I'll bring it to your this thing. Essentially, I'm not saying that TCS or someone, but essentially the ecosystem contribution and how it works. You may not be aware how you are getting gas subsidy. Gas subsidy comes through the same route. So when you are getting gas cylinder delivered at your home, you are getting back 52 rupees or 60 rupees, right? That money is coming through the same network. So in fact, one of the recent petroleum company has come back to me and asked, sir, sometimes we create more, okay, without gas being delivered at the house. How do you refund that? I said, you reduce, why are you transferring money? You reduce that money when you are giving the cylinder. But they said, no, sir, DPT means we have to give money back. So you have to charge from the customer and give it back. So if you have to do the reverse engineering for that, it was a challenge. But essentially, I'm just bringing the point that this is how the entire ecosystem of Digital India and DPI impacted the lives of the people. Next slide. So who are all the stakeholders in this? Okay, government, obviously in terms of providing vision, policy, regulation, legal framework, evangelization, funding. If you have seen our Mr. Amitabh Khan speaks about it very heavily. He has done a fantastic evangelization job in terms of taking the to the various forums. And I had happened to work along with him in the World Economic Forum when we published the financial inclusion story of India as an India champion. Then technology service providers like us who deliver solutions, expertise, change management, nurture fintechs and startup ecosystems. In fact, I remember in 2019, 2010, 2011 times, I used to go to a village in Nellore district of Andhra Pradesh, where there was no data connectivity available. So banks have asked me, you please pay money through offline. Offline has lots of issues, you know. I can pay money, I will say I have not paid, or I don't pay, but I have paid. All of those issues. So we actually went to the telecom operator there, which is operating, and then we went and asked them, why don't you enable GPRS network? Then they said GPRS is already enabled on the tower. Then we found out that GPS network is enabled, the tower is not powered with diesel. So you don't have a diesel backup. When power cut happens, you don't have a diesel backup there. So data network don't work. So my financial inclusion program don't work. You imagine the problem statement I have. These are the stakeholders I have to influence. So it's all about you create that ecosystem of or the whoever is relevant to make the transaction, that single transaction to happen. It could be your telecom operator, it could be a tower manufacturer, it could be a diesel availability. I just gave this example, but when you are looking at driving such programs, you should not limit to development of software. You should look at what are influencing my transaction to happen and how do I bring in the entire ecosystem together in a sustainable manner and make it more workable. So that's another enterprises, business industries, essentially, and then the civil societies. A lot of education is happening through digital frauds and the financial literacy, financial discipline, all of that. We used to talk about adult literacy earlier. We are nowadays talking about digital literacy and financial literacy largely. So these are the primary stakeholders to make this DPI to run for a country. It has not happened by accident. A lot of energies have gone from government, regulators, technology service providers, the fintechs, the ecosystem players, the NGOs. A lot of people contributed to whatever we are today after 10 years of digital adoption and the comfort that you are living today in terms of without looking at money in your wallet, you are able to travel. I have traveled to Bengaluru without a single rupee in my pocket. With what kind of confidence? Absolutely. So this confidence has not come from just with one system. It is an entire ecosystem which contributed to that. Thanks. So I think with this, because of the time, I have to limit myself. I think I try to stop here. So any questions for the next 5 to 10 minutes only? I have to leave after 5 to 10 minutes. Excuse me for that. So please. Yeah, please.
I mean, we have been good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for a wonderful presentation. We have been told that population is the problem of the country as such. So, from your perspective, that is TCS perspective, you have solved a significant problem here. So, do you really think that for digital inclusion and to implement further, I mean, payment is not the only thing to be solved through digital platforms and digital infrastructure. So do you really consider population to be a real problem of the country, because we have a very strong player who's doing well on all digital fronts with a good, I mean, all the comfortable population?
See, it is about resources versus demand, right? If you have US, take an example, US, China, India, 3 different examples. You have population China, but they have done very well in terms of whether we accept or not. The reality is that they have done well. You take US, lesser population, and the supply is more, demand is less. For us, the demand is more, supply is less. It is all about how do you create the more supply. So I think I won't consider population as a major challenge for the growth. Population containment is a different metric to look into, but for the purpose of getting equal right and delivering these things, population is never a constraint. You just need to find out, because of the population, India talks about UPI scale. Nowhere in the world anybody can speak about, right? So after seeing as Brazil started PIX, the US started Fed now. Okay, after seeing UPI success only, right? So they're saying at a scale you are able to do much cheaper. See why China and India have been seen as role models in the US is to create a UPI equivalent infrastructure, billions of dollars are spent in the US. But whereas to create an NPCI UPI, it is an organization of 1,000 people, which is running 9 products, not only UPI. So you are able to generate a technology at a scale, implementable at a scale, but at economics also. So the economies of scale today, you are not paying anything for UPI, right? But whereas when you go to any other country, withdraw from ATM, you will know how much pain you will have. So these are all debatable and subjective, but from a technology standpoint of view, I don't see a major difference. Yeah. Can you go back to the first slide? So if you see SDGs today, you are at X position, you need to reach Y position. That is what you are trying to say, right? I have X number of people included, I am not included, there's so many people. I have so much of exclusion in education, in health, prosperity, blah, blah, blah. End of the day, what is the goal of the any inclusion? Life living standard of the individual should improve. That's a simple statement to say. If I am living with this particular standard, my life standard has to improve. Okay, these are all the means and ways to reach there. Now, if you look at the first one, no poverty. Second one, if you see, no hunger, if I'm right, yeah, zero hunger. How can the Prime Minister, the program which I spoke about, Garib Kalyan Yojana, is all about zero hunger? Right? It is done for a specific period, but point is that nobody should be dying with hunger. So the entire schemes which you are talking about, Mudra, I don't get me wrong, I'm not talking in terms of the government favor, but the policies only I'm talking about, and the measures and the initiatives that are taken. Mudra Yojana is to bring in SMEs up. Your Suvidha Yojana, there is a loan given to a revolving credit, given to the street hawker, let's say banana seller. He has to buy bananas in the morning, who has to pay 3,000, 4,000 rupees to buy 2,000 something. Evening, he will make a profit of 500 rupees and he has to pay 2,000. He has to run it. Earlier, he used to run with money lender. Today, there is a program where you can borrow up to 5,000 rupees. Evening, you can pay. Evening or weekend or whatever periodicity it is, you can pay. And all this happens through digital. Do you know that? So, different status of society, there are different programs are created and linked with the DPIs. So if I have to onboard a street hawker, and if I have to get him a financial data into the system to assess whether I can give him, instead of 5,000, 10,000, his repayment capability, unless I have a data, how do I do that? In manual underwriting, cannot be done in a public sector bank. That nobody will give you loan for that. Because he will take, why should I take risk? If I have a data that he has taken 10 times, he has repaid 10 times, so I can increase the ability based on the history and also the CIBIL kind of data that is there. Then it gives him authenticity to give him a more loan, right? So the ability of that. So creation of the digital footprint and the record is done through. So in each of the programs, good health. If you take good health. So we are talking about the several national health mission brings out the entire health record creation system in the country. It is not 100% operated, but largely with Ayushman Bharat and some of the state government initiatives like Arogyasri and all, and large portion of the bottom of the pyramid people are able to get an access to the corporate health, right? And without the cash being paid. So if you look at the intent of the programs, not about the government, but is intent of the programs which they are created, implementations may have several flaws. I'm not getting into that. But essentially to create that intent is to create that health. So if you are able to achieve these goals,
The only way you can achieve is that through creating a digital footprint, creating a digital access, creating a sustainable, bringing everybody into the flow, the suppliers, the demand, everybody into the flow. If you exclude any of the flows, cut the flow, then your system goes for a 6. So you have to cover the entire value chain. So if you are talking about covering somebody's health, starting from his health measurement, onboarding him, his family, and then giving him policy, then ability to claim, okay, then you are connecting to a hospital network so that you don't misuse that money, and you pay only to the hospital, you only cure the disease. Cover it comprehensively. If you cut somewhere and say, I will pay money, let him do whatever you want, then you will go to the money shop. Right? So you have to figure out a way to, like a torrent, you have to comprehensively cover that individual or a family or whichever entity you are servicing. So the goals can be achieved only when you have an end-to-end connectivity. The end-to-end connectivity is possible only through digital. And any manual way is expensive. And if this digital I can create for organization, let us say I can go for one insurance company and create it, but that insurance company alone will do. Where is the equal opportunity? So your ability to create the common infrastructure where all insurance companies can leverage it. Right? The innovation in insurance companies is about design, innovation in the product, but not in phone settlement, faster and all that. That should be a commodity. Onboarding a customer is a commodity. These are more or less same everywhere. Right? Differentiation should come from a manufacturer in terms of the quality of the product. In the distribution or consumption. And that's what which externalization means. So externalization, you are bringing the certain things which are mundane tasks, which everybody should be doing equally, but the innovation should come from the manufacturer, and which is not the case. Normally manufacturing is more commoditative and the rest is innovation is happening, but there's another way to go. So to answer your question, sir, fundamentally, if you have a DPI implemented for several countries, there is a task created called as G20, 50 countries in 5 years to bring it under DPI. Because there is no other way to achieve these DPI goals by 2030, whatever goals they have set up for every country. It is not possible because many countries don't have funding to create that. So there is a funding organizations who have come, like India, UNDP, Gates Foundation, and under Ministry of External Affairs in India, they have created a funding agency which will do the funding for such countries to come up, like Ethiopia, Angola. Those are the countries. Funding will come from here, and some of these philanthropists which are there, they are creating a funding. But there are several ways they do grants, sanctions, partial grant, partial sanction. Why they do? It's very clear. Government has said we are not interested in development of the other country. What we are interested is, if I pick up a phone, I should be able to get a response. That's the end objective for the Ministry of External Affairs. So you meeting everybody's individual aspirations, you should be able to create that impact. I think I'm running out of time.
Hello. Yeah, for sure it has gone back, no doubt. But the kind of the backbone that is running in terms of the DPA in the development part, creation part, there is a lot of consumption of energy and all that is again going against certain, certain of these goals.
Correct.
So is there any effort made in terms of addressing while you are simultaneously working on these SDGs meeting, and there are SDGs which are getting affected too. So is there any kind of scope for standard building, or is there any such work being done and addressed?
So the very important thing is any of these systems without having interoperability, these systems has no value. So if you have to create interoperability, standards are important. Interoperability is all about two different entities coming and able to access each other, right? So unless you have standards, you have protocols, you have open source, you have things like everybody can consume it publicly, it is not possible. So interoperability is the nucleus of the entire problem. So any system that you build, if you are building without interoperability, it is no use to the world. Okay. Now the original days, interoperability was mostly with Visa Master. They created interoperability of anywhere. But today interoperability has become a commodity. Visa Masters find it difficult to find their relevance also. In India, if you see, the card network is not growing at all. Right? Card business is completely disrupted. So there are several things, but essentially, sir, interoperability, security, affordability are the key nucleus of it. If it is not affordable, and then it won't take off. So in each dimension, it has to score well. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Maladi, for an enlightening session. I now invite Mr. Narayana Mandalika to present a token of appreciation to Mr. Chandra Mohan Maladi.
Excellent.
Into the critical topic of identity management for IoT devices. Our next session will explore the challenges and strategies in establishing identity management frameworks tailored for IoT ecosystems. To lead this session, we have Dr. Balaji Rajendran, Scientist F, who heads the Resilient Information Systems and Engineering Group at C-DAC, Bangalore. With over 23 years of expertise in network security and digital trust, he has spearheaded national initiatives like the Digital Trust Ecosystem, Center of Excellence in DNS Security, and the Indigenous Web Browser Project. A senior member of IEEE, fellow of IETE, and national expert for IoT security standards. He has published 50 plus research papers and delivered plus technical talks. His contributions extend to AI-driven security solutions, cybersecurity, and Internet protocol standards. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Balaji Rajendran.
Good afternoon to all of you. I know that I'm standing between you and your lunch. So, but this session is more of an interactive session. I want you to answer rather than me giving the answers. So, let me straight away get into it. As my profile was read out, it was mostly about trust and digital trust. So here, this is what we are going to cover. So basically, this is to make you think, and probably if you give a better solution, we'll be happy to implement it. So that is the objective of this session. So user identity, this is the first part. When you look at a real world scenario, maybe the uniqueness may not be required. If you look at, my name is Balaji, and definitely, at least in the south of India, if you go, probably if you hit on someone, their name also will be same. So there is generally qualifiers which you add to the name, like Balaji or initials or whatever it may be. That may be possible. And sometimes when I studied in my school days, there were actually 4 Balajis in the same class. I can still remember, actually, I used to be called as R Balaji and NC Balaji, C Balaji, and S Balaji. So 4 of us were there studying in the same class at the same time. So that was a very innovative thing. And this is a very common problem in this part of the world. So basically, so what we do is we generally add a contextual information. Basically, some nicknames can be added and things like that. So this is actually happens in the real world scenario, and we overcome this problem of uniqueness requirement by using some contextual information or some nicknames which we add to it. But the problem gets slightly different when you talk about the digital world. In the digital world, we try to adopt an identity, or sometimes we get assigned an identity. Say, for example, you try to create a new email ID. Obviously, it may not be there or available with your name. So probably when you look at, you are getting assigned a name, right, by the system. Automatically, it tries to throw up some characters and it gets, you get assigned a name. So that is one of the challenges there. So here, actually, you can't have a meaning duplicate name, you need to have globally unique names, and that is fixed for you. So this particular email ID is actually fixed for me, but of course I don't have the second one. And we have different contexts. In the sense, I cannot use the same ID. Let us say that my email ID for everything. So, for example, I cannot use it for my domain name. My domain name is going to be different. Okay, so I may like to identify myself in different ways at different places. My office actually has a different email ID. So multiple digital identities are there. So if you really think about yourself, if you're transacting with your bank, obviously you will have a different ID at your multiple banks and multiple things like that. So your identities in the digital world are going to be different, and but of course it is unique. So basically, several unique identities will be there, which are being assigned to you or maybe adopted by you in the digital world. So this is one of the interesting aspects which we need to keep in mind. So now I'll go to the next concept. Just keep this one. We'll take up a discussion in the next part. But all of us have numerous devices, right? And each and every machine should have a machine friendly identity. In the sense, let us say that I have my mobile. If I want to connect to this particular network in this building, obviously it will be given a IP address, right? So there is an identity. IP address is also an identity, but it's in the terms of the network terms or machine terms, which is actually there. And the next one is basically a human friendly identity. So what do you mean by human friendly identity? So for example, I cannot tell every time the IP address of this particular device or whatever it is. I need to know give it some concrete name, which is understandable for me as well as for the people who are there in my context. Okay. So for example, I can say that for this device, actually Balaji's phone or whatever it may be, I can actually qualify it with something. A human friendly name is required. So similarly, like our domain names also, whatever we are seeing in the websites, domain names, each and every domain name is actually having an IP address, like google.com. Google.com is having an IP address. But we don't tell the IP address or we don't even remember it. We actually use a domain name for that. So devices and servers, everything actually, whatever that, I just gave the example of mobile phone, but any device, whatever that we are talking about, the smart devices which are getting connected to it, require an identity, which is a human-friendly identity, which is very much required. So this will also keep it aside, and now I'll just come to the point of trust. So basically, social trust. How many of you agree with it? I don't know. It's basically, I want to say that when we people think of trust, these are so many factors. It's not about only security. It's not only about authentication or confidentiality. It's about multiple things. It can be about integrity, reputation, dependability. There are so many factors which actually contribute to social trust. Okay. So it's something kind of a feeling that automatically comes. Actually, we don't have to define that or probably say that. So assurance should come when you discuss with someone. So that is about social trust. So coming to the digital world, whether we can get obtain the or I get assured of the digital trust. So basically, what we would say technically is the entire world or the digital world cannot be made secure. Okay, what we can do is, like in the physical world, we can create enclaves or silos where trust can be assured. So here also in the digital world, we say that the trust within the vast untrusted universe you can actually have, provided you have trusted entities and trusted communications. If that is made feasible in the digital world, then probably you can have the digital trust being there. And of course, I will go a little more deeper into it. Technically, what is required for assuring this trust? So there are several properties and security and privacy properties which are required among the trusted entities. So trusted entities also is very much required. So let me just get into it. First, we need is a trusted network. And for trusted network, we need a secure communication channel, right? And then you need a trusted devices. Because we do not directly communicate in the online world. We use devices for communication. So we need trusted devices. And trusted devices to servers, meaning not only the mobile phones
should be trustworthy, but all the servers which you are communicating should also be trustworthy, right? And ultimately trusted apps, whatever the programs and applications that you are using in these devices should also be trustworthy about it. But this, it can start from your firmware to operating system to browsers to apps. All of these things are required. And then, of course, finally, the most critical part, trusted people. Okay, so these are also required. I'll just come back to this, why I say trusted people in the next few slides. Now, let us see, where are we in the digital world of digital trust? Trusted networks, this is almost done and dusted because we all today have HTTPS, which is a savior of it. Of course, there are some minor loopholes also, which I will not discuss into it. And of course, there are certain threats also which are coming. I think yesterday also there was another new threat coming from Microsoft saying that they have come up with a quantum processor. So quantum computing is really taking up. So then these algorithms has to be rewritten, but that is a technical problem and it will be resolved. When coming to trusted devices, there are a huge number of possibilities: side channel attacks, backdoors, fault injection attacks, row rammer attacks, etc. So whether your device is very, very safe or secure, this is another important question that one needs to look at it and one needs to ask. Trusted apps, basically indigenous solutions, secure code, validated libraries, open source code, all those things are some of the things. Then trusted entities require trusted identities. Anyone who wants to communicate in the trusted world require a trusted identity. So what do you mean by trusted identity? So now tomorrow I log in into my email. I create a new email account saying that head of XYZ Corporation. Head of XYZ Corporation. So how do you, and I send a mail saying that I would like to offer you an opportunity to work in my organization. Will you believe that or trust that? It is, XYZ can be substituted with any other name, really real world looking name. It's possible, right? It's very much possible. So how do you trust that? So trust is trusting the people in the real world is slightly different from how the digital systems are going to trust. And again, when you are getting information from the digital world, how are you going to trust it is also very much critical. So here we look at 4 critical properties which are really required for trusting the entity. One is confidentiality. So what do you mean by confidentiality? When 2 people communicate with each other, the information does not get leaked other than those 2 people. So that is confidentiality. Authenticity, when 2 people communicate with each other, the one person is knowing that is really communicating with our person. That is authenticity. Integrity, when again 2 parties are communicating, no information is modified or leaked. The last one is non-repudiation, which is slightly tricky in the sense that if I commit something in a conversation, I should not be allowed to go back in that conversation. So that is called non-repudiation. So there is a model for this kind of trust that we call as, actually one of the model is called as a root of trust, which is familiar thing. Say for example, someone tells you that this is a person whom you can all trust, then everyone will accept it and go for it. So that is called as a root of trust. I'll just delve into it. So this is about the confidentiality, integrity, and authenticity and non-repudiation. So these are the 4 different things. Any information system which is operating in the digital world should assure all these 4 properties. It should provide guarantee of all these 4 properties. If something is not guaranteed, then probably you cannot trust the system. Okay, any system. Okay, if you talk about blockchain or Bitcoin, they are providing it. Any digital currency or anything is actually assuring all this property in some way or other. Okay, that is not the root of not the part of the session, but any system has to provide it, and if it is provided, then you can trust the system. So this is one small incident I just want to tell, and just take a moment to reflect it. So in this system, say for example here, what happened is there was a customer with the bank, with a popular bank. He had made some good deposits with the bank. So one fine day, actually, he wanted to close all of his deposits and withdraw the money, and he was in a panic-stricken mode. The banking official, she noticed something was amiss with that, and he was always with the phone while he was coming to the bank and discussing that incident. So what happened was, she said something to come the next day, and the next day also he was again in phone. He was tensed and he was trying to find out what is the information, about what is the status of his deposits. She figured out that there was something in this. She immediately referred to the manager of the branch. So he went and met the manager, and he actually was asking questions, why you want to close it. Something he was saying, which was the reasons, whatever he was giving was not right. Actually, while all this discussion, the person was always on his phone call. So the manager asked, why, what is the person, why are you saying? So he said that no, he opened the secret saying that no, this person, I got some fake, I had got some courier which says that some illegal item was being got. So there is an officer here in the phone. He wants the money to be transferred immediately as a kind of penalty. So the bank officer said, don't trust them. You don't have to worry about it. He tried to pacify that. So he was saying that statement. The person who was in the phone was also listening. And he said to the person, he was saying that don't listen to the bank manager. So this was this discussion which was going on. And of course, somehow the manager convinced that these are all fake calls, this is a crime and things like that. Okay. So coming to the thing, you have device, you have the trusted communications, HTTPS, everything. But then, whatever the WhatsApp call which was made, again, that is also, that WhatsApp is encrypted, everything is fully trusted, right? So, this kind of crime could have happened, of course, without the alertness of the bank official, this could have easily happened. Of course, this was prevented, so this is a good positive case which I thought I would point out. So what can be done? So I just want to highlight the complexity of digital trust. Okay, the identity of the person. Say here, if you really look at it, the person who was trying to show himself as a police officer in this particular case in the WhatsApp mode, he was actually a fake guy. He was trying to do fake things. So he should have been actually because of the fake identity, he was able to was able to do the person, right? So this is something very challenging. So what happens is this all comes to the problem. You can have a secure channel, you can have secure communications, and the only thing is, and all the people can also be the problem is it will come to the trust. If you don't have the trusted people, if you don't have this thing, all this thing will happen. But whatever the devices can be trusted, applications are also trusted here. In this scenario, the genuine apps only was used. There was nothing leakage of any other thing, right? But still, if the person is not trusted, then it cannot happen. So, in the world of in the digital world, digital trust is possible only with trusted people and trusted entities. Okay, and trusted entities require trusted identities. Okay, so unless the identity of the person is firmly established, this kind of incidents can easily happen. Okay, so if unless there is a or something which says that this person is not there, or maybe some alert can be given, this cannot be averted. So if such kind of, if you are able to, if you are noticing such kind of incidents, please report to this particular portal, cybercrime.gov.in, which is actually there. And now let me go into trust, how people generally trust. The one is basically straightforward method, there will be a central authority. You trust the central authority and central authority trusts you directly. So there is no this thing. So there is a direct mode of trust. But there is a problem. In this problem, the issue is that scale. Okay. The central authority should have the power to reach all of you. For example, a country like India, billion people are there. More than a billion people are there. Obviously, you need to
it is a trusting them is going to be a big, enormous process. So an example is basically voter ID card or Aadhaar card, where directly people are trusted by the system. So scalability is a thing. And from a software point of view or a system point of view, or even from our point of view, a single point of failure is one of the issues. Okay, unless otherwise it is this thing. So there is another way of trusting people, which we call the centralized and indirect method of trust. So what happens is, I will trust one central authority, but central authority will not trust me directly. They will trust me through a trusted intermediary. Okay, so that is what will happen. And peers will be able to trust each other through the common intermediary. That is, anybody who is in the our level will be able to trust the common intermediaries. I'll just give an example of RBI, because basically, you know that all of us carry the routine note, right? We directly trust the RBI. So you may be banking with one particular bank, I may be banking with another bank, but still I trust whatever the money you got from your bank, because all of us are routed through RBI. And our parent, the money is actually through RBI. So that is the point. There is another type which is slightly centralized and indirect, but there is a hierarchical partitioning is here. So everyone will trust their immediate upper level entity. Okay, they don't have trust on the top. They may or may not have trust on the topmost level, but everyone will trust and follow whatever directions are given by their immediate bosses. Okay, so that is the thing. So this is the part. And peers will trust each other through common intermediaries. Organization structures obviously will operate like this typically. And there is a domain name system, which, whatever the website domain name system, which actually operates like this. So, for example, I told C-DAC.in. Okay. C-DAC actually operates under .in domain name. .in. So, .in is actually belongs to, it's actually through the government of India. So, it is for the government of India. So, that it comes through that. The hierarchy actually, it is .in is being trusted by C-DAC. So, it is how we actually look at it. And .in actually also has one parent, which is called .dot, meaning that is the ICANN global body, which actually manages the domain names. So that is actually there. So this is a kind of hierarchical, but there is an indirect model of trust. And there is a decentralized and indirect model of trust, which is actually called web of trust. There will be any central authority, and no single node will have complete information. And there will be no single point where the decision is made. Each entity will trust an entity directly or indirectly if there exists a direct or indirect form of trust. That is, for example, if you look at this image especially, the children of node 3, we trust the children of node 1 because the parent of node 3 is connected, is trusting node 1. So this is a kind of a flow of trust. So this is basically the web of trust model that most of the world, the European and the Western world actually prescribes to. And there are certain challenges, because even in this one also, there will be heavily linked nodes. Over a time, what will happen is there will be heavily linked nodes. Some of the nodes will be heavy. Say, for example, even in this example, you can see that node 2 is heavy. There are so many children and so many connections which are available. If node 2 is compromised, then there is a huge risk that the remaining also can get, the system can get dysfunctional. So corrupted segments can lead to catastrophic failures in this particular model. And when the scale becomes more, we are talking about billion scale. See, please remember that I am talking about the population of billion scale, and we are talking about devices at several billions. You know that today, as per some reports, every person is having approximately 3 devices in this planet. Okay, so the devices are actually 3 times more than the human which are there in this world. So when we look at that scale, definitely this is a challenge. And then the last one basically is a decentralized and direct model of trust. Everyone will trust every other entity directly. So, for example, permissionless blockchain. But the challenge is difficult to achieve. How do you trust someone directly, blindly? Second thing is scalability. Again, If I have to, everyone trusting individually is basically a very, very, very challenging kind of thing. So what do we do in the Indian context is, in the digital parlance or the digital world, we have a hierarchical model of trust. So the trust actually flows hierarchically. It starts with the National Route Certifying Authority of India, RCI, which is established by an act in the Indian Parliament in the year 2000. Okay, 2000, 24 years ago. Okay. So that is the root of trust, and that is where the establishment is there. And we are end users, meaning the subscribers. This is actually the legal parlance which I used here. Okay. So the legal, in the legal parlance, we are subscribers. We subscribe to certain these entities, trusted entities, which are trusted by the Root Certifying Authority of India, and we get our certificates of trust. Okay, so this is how the trust hierarchical model operates in the country. So, web trust is another model where we are actually looking at a hierarchical model as far as the Indian trust model is concerned. Now, let me go into this thing. I feel that time has come for all of us for becoming some personal agents, because right now, if you look at it, we are going step by step closer. When I don't know how many of you noticed it, when Google was launched, it was not asking for any username or anything to log in. You can just go there and directly type directly. But over the years, slowly it started asking for your email ID or anything to be given. So it started looking at it. Okay. But of course, even now also you can search without giving anything. But when you search today, actually, when you log in and search today, probably your results are personalized. Okay. Your results got personalized. So that was the evolution actually. And today, when you try to use ChatGPT, what happens? You have to log in, right? And if you keep using the ChatGPT, I don't know how many of you really tried. At least I have tried that. I asked ChatGPT, tell about me. Okay. Of course, I did not tell in this way. I made a prompt saying that this is a game which we are going to play. I am going to tell something about you. You have to tell something about me. Okay. And it really, at first, I told only good about the system. So it really told very good about things, which I myself about. But anyway, that was a good thing which it told. So I want you to also do the same thing, because my intention was to find out how much of knowledge it is having about me. Okay, so it's only a matter of time. The transition is going to happen to an agent, kind of a personal agent. So it was having my complete history of the queries, and it was trying to make out what I am looking for, what a kind of person I am. So I was it has kind of really to be surprised. It has built a kind of approximate profile of myself from the system. So that was very much visible from whatever it is the game which we are playing with ChatGPT. So personal agents are really not very far away. It's only a matter of time. But then they need to know more about us, and they need to know the world which we operate, which is already done. And potential threats, I left you to a question mark, just for you to think and see what could be the potential threats. Because the thing is that these agents will have what I can say, the complete information about you. Okay. They may probably know more than your family members also. Okay, in the matter of time, in the future of time. So this is one of the threat. And what if someone plays or manipulates these agents? Okay, it can be anyone. Okay, it can be a system. Of course, behind the system there may be a person. That is a different thing. Or what happens if the personal agent gets into the hands of wrong hands actually. So these are the things actually questions which needs to be asked. And but agentic trust or agentic security is one of the important topics which is actually gaining prominence these days. So how can it be trusted? Because these agents needs to be trained with the model. And of course, see, one more thing, what happens is, as far as when you put up queries in ChatGPT, it also learns, right? The system also learns. But at no point it should reveal your information to somebody else. Okay, so that is a very important thing which has to really look at it. Of course, some safeguards, safe and secure AI things are really, topics are being really talked about, and there are a lot of research work which is actually happening. So the trust is actually, if you see that, previously we were talking about trusted communication, trusted devices. Now we are talking about trusted agents, and then the fundamental is also about trusted people. Okay, that is also there. So that is anyway there, and that comes through digital identities. That is anyway there. So I would like to come to the summary of this session. So basically, right now, users and devices form the basis for digital trust. And dignity, the theme of this particular forum or conference is basically, which attains a new dimension in this agentic AI world. And this is essential for assuring dignity. And I just want to say this point and conclude. Devices and trust drive inclusion. I don't know how much, I mean, I'm basically 80s kid or whatever person. So what I would like to state there is when, for example, getting a telephone connection or whatever, it was a challenge for us in our period. Okay, if I have to speak with someone in from another part of, within a few hundred, maybe just 200 kilometers, I want to speak with them. I have to run to a post office. I have to make a call. That person will make the call to a person whom I have to speak with, and they will come to the post office, and both of us can interspeak. So this was the time, this was the thing which was happening in the 80s. Okay, so now things have changed. So now the inclusion, the social inclusion had happened, the societal inclusion had happened thanks to the devices, okay, and the networks which are available. Okay, but at the same time, most of the people are, maybe I don't know how many of our the elderly members and senior members in the family will be happy to take onto these digital systems, because unless our trust cannot be assured, then they will also start getting they will start moving away from these systems. So for getting digitally included, for having an inclusion in this digital world, trust is a very critical thing. So now we have come to a stage, devices, apart from devices, we need trust, and trust at all levels, not only at devices, at the agentic level, and of course at the people level, identity level. All these things are required. So with that, I would like to conclude my session. Some of our technical work you can actually see in this web pages, as well as we have a couple of YouTube links also, channels also, which are focusing on identity, digital trust, that is PQI India. So there you can actually look at it. We have another channel called Internet Research and Engineering, where the concepts related to internet names and digital identities are being discussed there. So these are some of the links that you can look at it. Thanks for your patient listening. I hope I would have delivered some value to your patient listening. Thank you so much. Yeah, any question? Yeah.
Thank you so much for the wonderful talk. It's been very simple and elegant. I think any layman could understand what you mean. A few things which you have brought out. I just want to, take it forward on same lines. Not a question, but it is an. Again, I can say it can take us to the alarm bell.
Yes, sir.
Like we talk about the secure networks, secure device, secure networks, and but how about secure servers? We don't have any servers in our country. All servers are abroad. If somebody wants to switch off, he can at will. He can manipulate. Number one. Number two is big tech companies. In the name of privacy, they anonymize the IP addresses. Mail IDs. So many hoax mails are coming. Threats. I think last month, at least there are 100 hoax, calls, mails about the hijacking and things like that. So, what is your take on overall security of the personal identity security in a world which is open to everybody? And last thing I would like to say is that chat GPT and everybody. There's somebody from our own Andhra Pradesh exposed that chat GPT is indulging in unethical practices, tapping into the open data, which is personalized data, and they are operating on that. So these are few issues I thought to bring it to your attention.
Yeah, definitely, sir. So first of all, let me answer your first question regarding servers. So already we are on the pace. Already indigenous servers have been released with the entire, but not with the entire stack, but at least with the key elements of the server has been released. Now, from C-DAC perspective, since I come from C-DAC, and the thing is that we are working on indigenously developed processors, server class processors, and we are in advanced stages. And of course, with the software and everything, entire server stack is actually there. So indigenous things are just what I can say, a few maybe a couple of months away. That's what a few months away is what I can say. And moving to the other question, that wax calls and all those things, awareness is one of the things which can really tackle that problem. But otherwise, unless again, that is what my point was. Trusted people, trusted entities is one of the things. So, but as long as the identity of the person is known, can be made known, then probably these things can go away. Then third thing, coming to your point of LLMs, which is may capturing public data or maybe probably using, again, there also the challenge is that technically speaking, they require large amount of data. So maybe I don't know if you are following the news that there are now people started really thinking that no, we should not use public data. There should be synthetically generated data which should be used for this kind of systems. So that can be helpful for training these systems and all. So practical, I think definitely yes, sir. And these are right concern which you have really expressed. And world is also thinking in the same directions. And again, this is a very maturing technology. So definitely, I also have the same opinion that a lot of regulations will come in place, and the data which is used to train these LLMs or any other models, not any language models, will become more and more cleaner, more unbiased, and more trustworthy. That's what I would like to say, sir. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Yeah.
So the only thing is how about the memory? So we may have servers, but the large amount of memory, storage, can we afford to have that in our country? And last thing is how do we, with respect to big tech companies which try to provide the IPs and addresses who are trumpeted for India?
Who are
Trumpeted for India.
so there are second question I have a ready-made answer. That is basically that there are mechanisms which are already there, blacklisted domain names, IPs. I think today every security agencies has their information and they are able to stop it. In fact, I don't know, I don't have really time. I can tell you that we have a wonderful effort. If someone tries to browse it within this building, if tries to browse a malicious link, they will be stopped. There won't be the server will not reply to it. So that tool has actually been developed and that is available for the open world also. Anyone can use it. C-DAC has done that. And that tool is also available in our website. Maybe in my last thank you slide, the websites will definitely tell you that about it. So this is one of the things. Sir. The other question that you asked was about storage. Yeah. So memory storage, definitely, I think memory is a kind of a commodity. Already has become a commodity. So that, in my understanding, it should not be a challenge. Only the technologies keep evolving there, and but I feel that it should not be a challenge from say, memory point of view. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thanks to all of you. Yes, sir.
Any standards or policies are any standards or policies regulate absolutely, sir. So that's where I want to tell you that a lot of standards are there for trusted devices and software systems and everything. The what we would like to do is this is one of the this idea or objective of this forum is to basically to bring out this thing in the forum to discuss, and as a community how we can contribute and take it up because it's a very emerging area. And just before I came, there is a discussion which is going in uh, the ISO group about wallet identities, identity wallets, I mean, digital wallet identities. The discussion was actually going on. So the thing is that these are things that we need to really work it out in this forum. So that is why I was quite, I mean, we have to put it up. So similarly, agentic standards also, when the personal agentic security standards also need to be evolved actually. So as of now, there is nothing. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Balaji Rajendran, for this informative session. I now invite Ms. Vijaya Deepti to present the token of appreciation to Dr. Balaji Rajendran. Let's start for a well-deserved lunch break. It's time to recharge network and reflect on the insights shared. I request everyone to be present by 2:30 p.m. I request all of you to settle down. We'll be shortly starting the session. Welcome back. I hope you all had a refreshing break. Building on the insights shared earlier about digital identity and IoT in India's transformation, we now turn our focus to the importance of security and trust in this evolving landscape. With initiatives like Digital India and Smart Cities, securing IoT devices through unique digital identities and effective identity management systems is vital for a safer and more accountable digital ecosystem. Moderating this session is Mr. Ramesh Narayana, CTO of Massive, in software product development. He has been instrumental in building digital identity systems impacting 300 plus million people worldwide. At NORCIP, he leads the development of NORCIP Identity, e-Signet, NG Wallet. He also chairs the IEEE Biometric Security Working Group and contributes to the global standards. Beyond his technical expertise, he is an entrepreneur focused on rural banking and employability. Joining him on this panel are Mr. Satish Mohan, founder and CEO of Greenway, Mr. Bharata Prasad Sabut, Head of Engineering at the Unique Identification Authority of India. Please join me in welcoming our moderator and our esteemed panelist. With that, I now invite Mr. Ramesh Narayan to take over.
Thank you so much for the kind introductions. Knowing that this is the first session after lunch, we decided to avoid presentations and keep it more of a conversation, so that we can have a stimulating engagement. I will first thank my co-participants here on the panel, Mr. Sabut and Mr. Satish, for taking the time from their immense responsibilities and coming and agreeing to be part of this discussion. By way of setting context on what we are doing, so the current topic is about trust in the digital ecosystem. DIITA, one of the important attributes in DIITA is trust. So, what is trust? Trust is not a new problem. Trust is something that has been dealt with, or the challenges around trust have been dealt with for a long, long time. We all probably know of enough stories about how the king has a ring which has some special thing, and then they will put a seal, the Rajamudra or something like that, right? And then that will be used to recognize that this is the king's edict or the king's letter, and that is why another king or the citizens will accept that this is actually coming from the king and taking it, right? So there have been attempts to solve trust in different ways over time. The modern context to this trust problem is that our world is becoming more and more impersonal and online and remote in its interaction. Earlier, if you wanted to have trust in a transaction, a lot of the trust actually was based on presence. So I go to a shop, I'm carrying the money, they have the goods, I pay the money there, receive the goods right there, I can inspect whether they are good quality or not. So the whole transactions trust is established in the physical interaction. But imagine now you have to order something on an e-commerce portal where you're only able to see a picture of the thing, you can't feel what it is. You place an order. If it's a known portal, you know that when you're paying money upfront, that they're not going to run away with the money and nothing is going to come back. On the other hand, if you're not paying upfront, the portal trusts that you will receive the goods and pay cash on delivery. So there are a lot of things that are going on, new challenges to trust. And how are these being addressed? Newer ways of being devised, newer mechanisms, processes are coming in for addressing this trust gap. So trust is not new. We are all engineers, right? And that too, electrical and electronics engineers is the core of this particular association. And our job as engineers is to basically take any problem and engineer something around it. So how do we engineer trust? How do we engineer digital trust? Right? That is the why should we engineer digital trust is a different question. We will not address that. Because we are engineers, we will do it this way. Right?
So when we set about dealing with trust from an engineering aspect, what we would like to do is then create a system, something that is replicable. There are actors, there are processes, there is input, all of this, there is output. And that is how we deal with it as engineers. So taking an engineering aspect, if we try to generalize the problem of digital trust, okay, so I'll use a medical term. So what is the anatomy of digital trust? So digital trust, if you see the anatomy, we have to first actually probably look at the anatomy of a digital transaction first. So what is a digital transaction which we are trying to put trust in? So I talked about the purchase of some item from a portal. That's a typical digital transaction. Or if I have to send some money to him from my wallet to his wallet digitally, that's a digital transaction. So in this, typically there are parties to a transaction. So it could be individuals or it could be businesses. And then there is some process in this whole transaction. There is a handshake, there is exchange of information, there is confirmation and acknowledgement, and then closure. There is a process. And then there is also the fact that we are using some medium for this, right? Either the internet or some peer-to-peer communication medium, and this has to be also a trusted channel. So we have to trust the channel, we have to trust the parties, we have to trust the process. All of these are important. So if we take it from there, we can see in our society that we are already addressing many of these interesting challenges by way of that. And that's part of my day job. So let me just take a brief moment to talk about my day job, which is also my night job, because it takes day and night of effort to solve some important problems. So I work for MOSIP, which is housed in the IIIT University, which is very close by from here. And we work on creating digital public goods. So you have heard of digital public infrastructure in detail earlier today. So digital public infrastructure is driven by platforms, which are basically called digital public goods. We have been focusing on creating it in the space of trusted identity and trusted data. So how do we create platforms and tools to enable trust in identity and data? That has been our focus. So reusable application components, frameworks, platforms, systems is what our focus is. And I would like to ask Mr. Sabut to introduce himself and his work, very non-trivial work. By way of introduction, I will say that one of the world's, not one of the, it's actually the world's largest biometric identity program, Aadhaar as we know it. So he has been at the heart of it. He is the beating heart of the work that is happening there. And it's a pleasure to have you, Mr. Sabut.
Thank you, Anish. So, as part of the Aadhaar team, I'm part of the engineering team. So, thanks to our four founders, I think whatever the credit Ramesh gave, actually that should go to the four founders of Aadhaar, and they created this platform. But our role is right now is to how to reimagine the new paradigm shift that is happening in the identity domain. That's how do we this identity information more and more usable. So that's part of UIDI 2.0 set of things. So that's what we do. And happy to be here. We'll share some of the challenges that we face, because this is something like when we studied engineering, I'm sure everybody must have gone through communication stream. There are a lot of standards, whether it is from ITOT or ISO or IEEE. But when we started working on Aadhaar, we started to work on certain technological domains wherein we had no reference in that segment, and we created certain perhaps ad hoc need basis protocol standards. But one world is now, as Ramesh showed, the digital public codes and digital public infrastructure are becoming more and more relevant to the not only to the third world countries, even the developing countries are also looking at that. So these technologies that we have developed in India, one of the main has come to discuss committed to a standard so that we create an ecosystem out of those technological innovations that has taken place, create an industry, and take it to the world. So that's what definitely we'll be talking as part of this conversation. Once again, Ramesh.
Thank you. So I welcome Mr. Satish on board. So he has been entrenched into the open source and standards ecosystem for the last 20 years. So he was one of the prime movers behind Red Hat India and implementing loads of solutions and making the open source versions of Red Hat available for broad-based use and adoption in building systems. So over to you.
So, thanks for having me first. So I think I'll start from very top in terms of open source. I think 25 years of open source primarily taught me three things. So one is about how do you build technologies that eventually become standards, right? Think of like technologies like containers, like Docker or JSON or YAML or many of those things that we talk about. Eventually started as open source project, and it got adopted so widely, and then standards and other things that started happening on top of it. I also worked a lot with standard bodies on incorporating Indian language specifications into the Unicode standards, as well as building standards like verifiable credentials and decentralized identifiers with W3C. So experience on both two sides, but the third most important aspect that we learned from open source is how do you build sustainable products, right? Because a lot of time the builders, when we talk to other builders, they always have this confusion of like, oh, if I put everything open, how am I going to survive, or how am I going to sustain? I think there are models, there are multiple companies that's proving that. Now, that's a journey that's still going on, but I bowed out of Red Hat in 2019 and started more focused on the digital trust aspect, because we see that things are becoming more and more digitized, and we started seeing the early indications of machines gaining or machines enhancing our workflow capabilities. And that's where we started thinking about how do you attach trust attributes to data that actually move between the machines, where machines can actually get to know by interacting with those packets, they can get to know what they can do with this, right, without going back to the source system. So kind of like rethinking, like, do you need to be connected to every other systems at an API level to really look at where does the data coming from, who does this data belong to, or can we really think of new models where the machines can understand the packets, and then there could be other support systems that can come in. So that's the current startup that has been working on many of these technologies for the last 5 years, and all of those technologies are available as open source on GitHub.
Thank you so much, Satish. So we will dive slightly deeply, but keep it simple still on certain questions around trust. First is, how do we trust parties to a transaction? Right? So it could be a business, it could be an individual. So we have B2B, P2P, B2C, all kinds of transactions happening. Right? How do we trust the parties? So my first question is to Mr. Sabut, who has been, as part of UIDAI, there's a journey to establish trusted digital identity. And when I say trusted digital identity, at the consumption end of it, like how is this used? How is the identity consumed and trusted? Is something, if it can throw some light on, it'll be useful, because that's a practical implementation that's powering lots of applications.
Maybe I'll take this question to audience. Like, how many of you have used eKYC of the Aadhaar or you have used Aadhaar for doing some transactions, like maybe opening a bank account or applying for passport? How many? Okay. How many of you have used Aadhaar, but you may not have visited the office or the place where the transaction is happening? Maybe you remotely or perform the transaction. Very few. Right. I think so. If you look at our eKYC, eKYC brings in an amount of trust. Like if you have an EPFO account, or if you I'm sure no pensioners are available here, but if you look at today, pensioners once in a year they have to prove their they have to prove they have to provide a life certificate. They're alive. That's a digital life certificate. Today, the pensioners of India, they are all over the world, and they're proving their identity from the remotest part of the world. They're not going to the bank. That whole paradigm shift has taken place. Why? Because there is a trust that has evolved around the identity information that is getting exchanged between the person who's creating the transaction and the receiver. So that's a trust that has come to this identity information. Now, there are 2-3 things that is happening on this segment. I just want to spend a few minutes over here. Please bear with me. So we started eKYC in 2012 and 13 in the initial days of Aadhaar. The eKYC was not there in the world. And in fact, World Bank started adopting eKYC as an anti-laundering and as a anti-money laundering technology or a requirement. This first part. Second one is, when we came into this world with the eKYC, there was no standard available. So we created, like the four founders of the Aadhaar, they created a standard. We said, okay, this is something, if we provide as part of the product, as an identity product, that will solve many problems. And rest is history, like the whole general, the Jan Trinity success is based on this. That is something last decade we did. And today, if you look at what is happening, we recently, when we were doing a survey, we found that the Aadhaar document has also become relevant in other countries like Singapore, Australia. You go there, if you provide Aadhaar, that has become sufficient to prove your identity. So then we found there is a need for cross-border usage of the identity document. And then we started looking at the document, what Aadhaar provides. Does it meet certain technological standards in terms of meeting the cross-border transactions? Then we came across the standardization bodies like W3C. Then we interfaced through MOSIP with all the global partners. And how do you make sure that identity document we bring or we provide to the residents, that carries a trust, and that trust is not limited to the geographical distribution of or the geographical boundaries of India, it is across the globe. So that's where our journey starts, and perhaps this is something while we are in standardization, in a forum wherein the standardization is the key objective of this forum. What we have to do is that find the gaps and build standards or standards, make sure that whenever these kind of transactions are happening around the digital identity, it's both the verifier, the issuer, and the owner of the data. They all are conforming to the standards, and there is a trust around it.
And thank you so much for that detailed thing. In fact, you have covered a couple of other things I wanted to ask you about. I will come back to you with
specific questions on the standards used and what needs to be done. But before that, I have a question for Mr. Satish. You have been, as founder of one of the founding members of Trust over IP, you've been dealing with the trust problem and how it can be represented. And I know of your work around verifiable credentials. I would ask you to maybe elaborate and throw light on how trust in data is being modeled using verifiable credentials today, and how maybe with a simple example also tell us how this trust is used in practical life as an example.
Sure. So I think before I start with the trust over IP, because that's one of the community that is focused on adoption of various standards into the business systems. But I think it is fundamental to understand like why we need these standards, because if you really look at transactions and if you really start defining transactions as like it's an interaction between two parties, one is a provider, one is a seeker, where the seeker is presenting a set of claims which the verifier has to verify or the provider has to verify. But this claims, depending on this context, could be anything, right? Okay, if your interaction is with a social media site, and the claim number one is to prove who you are, right? And that is where the digital identity or in various forms comes in place, right? And so this again, when it comes to identity, there is no a single form of identity, because the social media site you're interacting with might be using things like maybe OAuth or maybe a passkey implementation. Whereas when you interact with, say, a government portal or a beneficiary portal, you might be using, you must be proving who you are from an Aadhaar perspective, right? Because that's the authentication mechanism that is being used there. So there's a lot of context attached to each of these claims when we enter into a transaction. Now, what Trust over IP or the standards are trying to do is, one, can we actually start defining each of these interactions, whether in terms like what happens when I want to send a data packet from one place to another. So the Trust over IP came into existence after verifiable credentials became a recommendation at W3C to say that like, how do we actually adopt it, get people to adopt it. So the journey of like you defining an envelope, and the envelope guarantees that you can actually understand some information from this envelope. At the same time, it gives application developers or system developers to put any kind of information into that envelope and pack it and send it to another application, where that application whichever application receiving the data can instantly verify it and understand, okay, the data is presented to me by its rightful owner. It's been issued by so and so institution, and the payload that comes to me is not tampered or the integrity quotient of that thing. So that is something that the verifiable credential kind of addressed. But is that all we need? No, because if you really think it in a way where we are going, we have to go beyond systems that support us with one-time verification, right? Because for example, like think of like I'll take one or two examples to kind of drive this point. Think of somebody applying for a job, and for this example, I'll take maybe the job is of a driver, and he's applying for a job at a particular with an employer. I think the most important document, other than identity, the most important document that might get verified is the driving license today, right? And because if the driving license is valid, yes, he might get the job as a driver. At that point of time, there is a verification that is happening, right? Okay, the systems may connect to other systems and verify that okay, whether the driving license is valid and the person is offered a job as a driver. And think of a situation in 3 months, maybe because of a traffic violation, the driving license is revoked by the relevant department. Now, in today's systems or the data interactions that we see, the employer in no way get a notification of a change happened to the data that they are relying on. So how do we build that continuous assurance into the data interaction that is really happening, right? So those are some of the things. I will not say it is completely solved. So these are things that when we talk about data trust or how do we implement trust, I think there's a lot of context models and things like that comes in. And Another challenge that we cannot say is like the driving license example is I'm dealing with maybe 2 data points. One is to prove who the user is, and second is to prove is the driving license valid or not. Now, take that same example into somebody applying for a job or somebody applying for a financial loan or a financial product, right? You are the seeker in this workflow is going to produce a lot of claims or have a lot of claims that is supported by a lot of data, and each of those data element is coming from a different endpoint because the identity might come from Aadhaar, my educational records might come from another system, my employment records might come from one or more systems. Now, think of the provider who is actually receiving this data packets. Now, how do we make it easy for the application, the provider's application, to seamlessly understand that what is this data, how can I trust this data, how can I get assurance on this data on a continuous basis if the provider decide to go ahead with the transaction. I think those are the areas that Trust over IP or the larger community is really working on. It's not like a one simple company solving everything. It is a coordinated process, a collaborative process. So the reason I took a lengthy answer is I know many of you are builders. So please feel free to join some of these initiatives because we need more hands to pull this off, right?
If I add those, how many of you, again, I go back to the audience, how many of you have used at some point of time your identity document to reservation or to yourself while checking into a hotel? How many of you? Right. Have you wondered what happens to the document after that gets exchanged? So we spoke about what you are sharing. So we have a problem that is to solve is that what happens to the data that gets exchanged? Does it remain with a portal? That data gets further used to multiple transactions that comes up in some darknet. So that's again another area wherein we need to focus on.
Absolutely. I think you touched a very strong nerve on the privacy front. Right? Where is the trust for the user? Where is the protection for the user in all this? And as we build technology and solutions, we have to keep the user in mind and build it accordingly. How many of you have applied for loans or a visa or even trying to get a passport? Right? How many documents did you have to photocopy, get it notarized? I'm sure you have to run from pillar to post. And it's not a pleasant experience. Without naming the country, I just visited a place which was sub-zero, and they made me run through a lot of things to give me a 6-day visa to go to the place. And if I have to go again, I have to apply for the visa again. The point I'm trying to highlight is, what if my salary certificate, salary slip, my balance, just the balance, not the transactions in my bank account, just the balance that I have a healthy balance maintained regularly, that I'm employed somewhere, that somebody has invited me. All these are available, issued by trusted authorities, instantly verifiable, are available. Then it would mean that it becomes very simple for me to share this data, get the process done, at least even though all the information is required, the overhead on individuals can be brought down significantly, right? So if salary certificates from companies, payslips, monthly payslips can be digitally signed by the companies. If banks can, instead of issuing PDF statements, issue digitally signed statements, it can change the way we do things. This transformation is what credentials is bringing to the digital world. And Aadhaar is becoming a digitally verifiable credential It already has been. You would have heard of Aadhaar. It already was digital, but now it is moving towards adhering to some global standards which are defined, and we are also actually helping those standards deal with Indian context problems. I wanted to open it out to the audience to ask questions. But before that, I would like to briefly ask you to take just a minute each to name the standards that you are using or contributing to, and the areas where some efforts are still required, where others can also come in. Very briefly, please.
Okay, so we are writing engaged with W3C for the verified credential, and we are also recently started a conversation with ISO also to see the UNDOC's standard on credentials. Then talking to Open Wallet Foundation, because Open Wallet is going to be the de facto something similar to browser for identity. So that's where we are now engaged. But what is required is both on the product side there are agencies have come up or the associations have come up. I think we need to convert and create a common platform. That is required. Otherwise, it's becoming an implementation challenge, I would say. Also, on the biometric side, like we develop certain ad hoc protocols for safety and the privacy, to address privacy concerns around biometrics. Perhaps those things are yet to be standardized and it is required because for wider industry participation. So areas perhaps I would be looking forward to some kind of engagement with various organizations.
I think the org and the projects that he mentioned, I think it is those layers are common. I think those are the same working groups that we all participate. But then there are some new opportunities that is coming up that is not yet became a standard or a recommendation, but these are discussions or debates that are happening within the community channels. Now, it can start with many of those things, but maybe I'll highlight a few. There is an effort that is going on to define what a secure QR means. Like there are a lot of claims about secure QR or QR being secure, and eventually it end up with saying that there is a proprietary layer being added on top of a interoperable QR and hence call it proprietary or secure. That's not the right practice. So there's an effort that is getting started, or at least the discussions are started around like how do we define a spec around a secure QR. But that's one of the aspects. The second aspect, which is more relevant here, is the definition of something what we call as a data container. It is not the real name, but this means something that has been used for discussion. Is like how do we create a container that actually can move around? The thing that I explained earlier, saying that applications, when they come in contact with this containers that is moving around, these are data containers. The applications can instantly understand what they can do with the container. Or in terms of like, okay, this container is attached to this schema, this container can provide me this kind of information, or this container can be used for these kind of transactions and different things that can be actually embedded into the container that actually moves around. And so that's in a very, very early stage. Maybe we might end up seeing maybe a draft paper around this thing somewhere by end of March. But that's a fairly large initiative because the idea is to have a container spec, a data container spec, and then start mapping various content payload into the container, which is like it could be a verifiable credential, it could be an ISO MDocs that might come in, it might be a PDF file that can come in, it might be a video or an audio. So the container need to be language type agnostic, data agnostic, and even standard agnostic, saying that because even if something comes up tomorrow, the applications can actually pack things into the container and they can actually send it to different applications. So it's that's another large area that can become that definitely need volunteers and more thoughts to give some shape.
Thank you, Satish. So at NOSIP, we are working on a couple of standards. One is with the IEEE group itself. So we have a standard for secure biometrics interfaces. Biometric devices which we are using for capturing fingerprints, iris, or even face biometrics, they are made by different manufacturers, and they are not really plug and play. So one idea is to make these plug and play using these standards. But we went beyond that in understanding that biometrics is a very sensitive piece of data. We don't want people harvesting this and building databases and committing identity fraud. So what we have done is we have built a lot of privacy and security capabilities into this interface, where there is timestamping, purpose limitation, encryption of data. All of these are there so that it cannot be reused, replayed, or locally captured. So this is part of a group called P3167 inside IEEE. The second thing that we are working on is that the digital world might end up leaving a lot of people who are not digitally well equipped behind. How do they participate? So this is where we have repurposed one of the post-COVID most popular tech elements called QR code and see how we can actually let people have their critical credentials as part of a QR code. And even though they cannot maybe bring a phone to the thing, if they bring a QR code, they can participate in digital transactions through that. So we have for identity being represented in a QR code, and very importantly, this is identity where the identity is bound to the person, not bound to a phone or not bound to something that they know or what they have, but actually to the person. What we have done is we have created a QR code format which includes the photograph of the person who is the identity holder. So this is a compressed thing that can fit within a QR code because QR code has size limitations. So this is done and published through IANA. It's called Claim 169. 169 is basically derived from 16.9, the standard development goals, I mean, the sustainable development goals of UN. We have picked that 16.9, which is identity for everyone, and use that as the identity claim. And we have done it. These are two works. Both of them are in implementers draft stage. We are still open to feedback, field testing, improvement before it goes into full standards mode. I would welcome participation into both of these initiatives. We still have about 10 minutes left, which I wanted to, actually 8 minutes, which I wanted to use for questions that you may have. The topic of trust goes beyond identity and data into networks, transactions, protocols, processes, supply chain. It's very, very large. We couldn't touch all aspects of it because that will take a whole day to even just start explaining. But if you have any questions, any thoughts that you would like to share, I think the panelists are available here.
Just a very general thing here. Your trust is very important because based on which the adoption of technology is taking place mostly. The question is, biggest thing that is troubling is misinformation, disinformation. Is there a way we can connect the trust aspects to the information that we are flooded with? And then to be able to say, is there a way to filter it out? That it is from a trusted source, a trusted identity, trusted credentials. Are there anything of such thinking is there? Just curious to know.
Yeah, so for the paucity of time, we didn't get into trust frameworks. Yes, there is a framework for trust. We all know. So, for example, recently the amount of spam calls that we are receiving on phones are very high, and there have been measures to see how to reduce the spam calls. So telco operators have been asked to monitor and do. And same thing was there for SMS earlier. Now, if you receive an SMS from a bank, you know that it doesn't come from some random number. It comes with a code which says bank underscore some T or P or B, some extensions will be there. This is because there is now a registry of trusted SMS senders. So such trust registries, trust lists are being created. The largest example of trust registry that we know is the DNS. When you go to the browser and type google.com, whether is it going to Google or is it going to some Google, we don't know, right? So that, how do we know? That is because we trust the DNS, which is a registry. That similar effort to create trust registries are there. And there is also an effort on trust networks where registries maintained by different people can be accessed by cross-border entities to do the verification. So for example, who are the universities in India? Is something some authority in India will maintain as a list. Somebody is applying for a job abroad and they produce a degree from an Indian university. That system has to then talk to this network and discover this trust. So there are solutions for it. Yeah.
Hello, sir. The metrics are the metrics that we have to use or adopt to enhance the trustability of a system, sir.
I think metrics on a very large scale have been dealt with by as a challenge by UIDAI.
So I think well, specifically, if you can help me in getting more on the metrics, what kind of metrics you're looking at, maybe I can contextualize the answer.
With respect to wireless communication, so if we were designing a wireless communication system to enhance the trustworthiness, how to
Okay.
yes.
So right. So first is that some amount of process standardization we have implemented, so that builds some goods or not some a good sense of trust around the authentication. Like when we do an authentication with the Aadhaar, there is a trust around that because the process has been standardized. But specifically metrics, I don't think we do have any kind of metrics to measure the trust of the transaction. That's not something we implement. But just to give other narrative of how we handle the fraud part, like every transaction that happens with the Aadhaar, we do measure the risk score. Like specifically, if it is a biometrics transaction, we find out the risk score, and there is an internal framework that if it is below threshold, then we clear the transaction. Otherwise, we deny it. So I don't know whether I could answer your metrics part of the question or not, but possibly this is something we do around the authentication at this stage. Right.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. I got it.
So given the state of the rise of quantum computers, there has been talks about the current PKI and the security infrastructure that is there, that would be under threat in, say, a near future, maybe 20 years or so. So does the rise of quantum computer poses any threat to the current, digital public infrastructure and the Aadhaar? Are there any steps to mitigate that threat?
Okay, so there are a few points there. I think one of the things we have to acknowledge that when we have powerful machines, I think the time to crack something will definitely reduce, right? But there is also a question of the two parameters also need to be thought along with that is commoditization of that is going to take some time. Even though the technology is proven, we're seeing chips coming out, but commoditizing that is going to take some time, and that is really the window for the software ecosystems to kind of say that, okay, what we need to do it. Because even if you look at from the identity example, like what started as username, password, went into OTPs, went into biometric, went into keyless entries, went into passkeys, and so we keep on inventing based on the needs. So there are different things that is getting played in various communities in terms of how do we kind of support or kind of live rather than looking at only the threat side of things, saying that the quantum is going to break encryptions or break keys. I think the other way of thinking is like, how can we leverage, if that capability is available, how can we leverage to make it more strengthened infrastructures?
I would like to add that data security with quantum is not an issue because AES encryption is quantum safe, right? It is the keys that we use and the channel transportation security that is at risk. But thankfully, because it's an engineering problem and because it is clearly isolated as a layer and componentized, whenever the quantum world has to step in, we can replace the TLS infrastructure appropriately. We can replace just the PKI layer with newer algorithms appropriately. And we will be able to smoothly transition into a secure mechanism.
So I have a question. So far, my understanding is whatever trust in identity, for example, Aadhaar is a centralized system. So if I have to, establish a trust on my Aadhaar identity, it has to be, done through some centralized system where the actual information is available. So is it, there is any work which has been thought towards decentralized trust for the identity rather than one central identity or, UADI telling that this is trusted? There are maybe a decentralized set of entities and coming and saying that, yes, this identity is trusted. Or the similar concept to what is coming as part of a decentralized networking or decentralized web. Are we also thinking in that direction now?
I know this is a very, very interesting and big topic. Before passing it, I'll just add a small thing. Today, the way we accept identity is decentralized. We accept either PAN or passport or this thing. There are multiple sources of trust. It's not only one, right? To that extent, it is already distributed, or the onus is not on one single authority. Second is the trust is basically coming from the assurance. He talked about the process earlier. So UIDA has established a standards process, which is rigorous. The passport system has established a standard process, which is rigorous. Right? That is why those documents are trusted and they are taken. If we are distributing it, that means we have to build more bodies which can have that same rigor. So it will always be a balance between how many such issuances can be there and how many sources of trust can be there. If some cafe coffee day is saying, this is a regular customer of me, so he is Ramesh, will you trust it? Versus UIDI is saying, this is Ramesh, because I can hold a membership card, right? That doesn't bring the same amount of trust because the process that they go through is not rigorous, right? So it's a question of, it's already there. How spread you want it to be depends on how well we can build those trusted bodies. Otherwise, people won't accept those IDs subsequently.
Yeah, this is I think decentralized identity is one of the most misunderstood term in the ecosystem at this point, because a lot of people kind of look at decentralized identity as is it going to replace something? But the best way to think a decentralized identity, or the best example for decentralized identity, is our name. Like, it has been given by a family or parents, and nobody has the right to take it away from us, right? So think of each one of you, the names. I think that's something that you own, you control. And what happened to the name is you build credibility and reputation to the name by adding different attributes. Right? You got an Aadhaar, you got a PAN card, you got education certifications. All those things are getting attached to the name. That is bringing more reputation in the physical system. And so decentralized identity is an effort of how do we replicate that in the digital space? Because today we deal with two kind of digital identities. Either it has been issued to us or it has been kind of given to us, or we live on borrowed identities. Like when you create an email, you don't really own that identity. Somebody can actually block you from using that identity tomorrow, right? So how do we kind of create something that the user can completely own, but at the same time can build reputation using systems? And that will remain as central, because even if we take example of say an Aadhaar or a PAN, tomorrow you're dealing with a social media service, that is going to be a centralized unit system that is going to give you a username password to access their system, but that should remain as an attribute in a decentralized identity construct. And that's the way we should start looking at.
So the short answer to your question is like today, whatever products, the eKYC product, what we provide, I don't think you have to go back to UIDI to prove the authenticity of the eKYC. It's already baked in. The decentralized way of verifying an eKYC document is already baked in. But what is at a later part of this year, what we are trying to come out with is verifiable credential, some kind of document which is compliant to the verifiable credential draft standard, as well as the ability to do a selective disclosure of your identification data. I spoke about the hotel example. Hotel probably is not interested to know your date of birth. Perhaps address and name is sufficient. So some kind of selective disclosure will be part of the framework. Else, decentralized identity doesn't mean that create a huge blockchain infrastructure and implement completely decentralized. That's not the necessity at this point of time. What is required is that can the authenticity of the document be verified or the identity information be verified in a decentralized way? That's number one. Second is we don't have telecom coverage everywhere. We do have, definitely we have done good amount of penetration as far as the telephone network is concerned, but still there are some pockets or there are some use cases wherein you don't have access to the network connectivity. Can offline verification of the data be performed? That's a secondary question that we are trying to solve.
I think we have exceeded our time and eaten into the tea time. Thank you so much, Satish and Sabut, for joining me here today. Thanks for your time.
We extend our sincere appreciation to our panelists and moderator for an engaging discussion on building trust in digital world. I now invite Mr. Narayana Mandalaika to present a token of appreciation from Mr. Ramesh Narayan, Mr. Satish Mohan, and Mr. Bharata Prasad Sabut.
Let me get that my tag.
No.
I thought without tag I can't take picture.
short pause for tea and coffee. Please take this time to refresh yourself and we'll be back shortly. Before leaving, please, we'll be collecting the feedback forms. We once again request the audience to settle down soon. Shortly going to start the session. Convene our final discussion by design, focusing on last mile connectivity to highlight the importance of designing digital identity solutions that reach and empower underserved communities. Moderating this session is Mr. Sandeep Agarwal, Chair of the IEEE SA Rural Communication Industry Connecting Program, dedicated to bridging the digital divide. He leads the PM Money initiative at C-DAC Bengaluru, aiming to deploy 10 million Wi-Fi hotspots across India. He also chairs the IEEE P2872 working group, focusing on secure public Wi-Fi infrastructures and contributes to global connectivity standards through IEEE and the Wireless Broadband Alliance. Our esteemed panelists for the session are Dr. V. Sridhar, Professor at the Center of and Public Policy at the International Institute of Information Technology, Bangalore, Ms. Meera Swaminathan, Director of Policy, Advocacy and Communications at Broadband India Forum, Mr. Shankar Balasubramaniam is currently a lead engineer in Radio Access Network Architecture Research at Nokia. Please join me in welcoming our moderator and our esteemed panelists. With that, I now hand it over to Mr. Sandeep Agarwal.
One more chair here.
Yeah.
How I can move? Okay. Where I have to this side. Okay. So thank you all. So it's the last session of the day, and we have a esteemed panel with us, Professor Sridhar, renowned policy expert in telecom domain. We have Meera from Broadband India Forum. Broadband India has worked extensively in accessibility and inclusion of PWDs, that is physically handicapped people. And we have Sankaran from Nokia, who will be giving us an insight into 5G and upcoming 6G technologies, which are important for last mile connectivity. So I'll just start with this particular slide because it's an IEEE event. So I think last year IEEE has completed 140 years, and there are lots of innovations and inventions which we are using day to day has come from IEEE. Point here. Okay. So basically, this particular event is DIITA, right? So these are the attributes of the DIITA which we have been hearing from yesterday, like dignity, inclusion, identity, trust, and agency. So these particular DIITA concepts are very nuanced, and they are very foundational in the sense that these concepts are applicable in all fields, not only on telecom. It is applicable in health, it is applicable in education. You take it any field, these foundational concepts are applicable. And I will highly encourage everyone to go through this particular document which is published by DIITA. Just very brief about IEEE SA Rural Communication Program, which I'm chairing, is basically trying to, discuss, collaborate, and identify how we can provide, a robust, meaningful connectivity, focusing on the rural areas. So we have been working with industry, academia, researchers to identify these requirements, convert them into standards. So this is what we are doing at IEEE. Sorry? Yeah, so we have, we'll go forward. So this is the panel for today. We have Professor Sridhar, Meera, and Sankaran. And what we are going to discuss today is these DIITA attribute focusing on last mile connectivity. As I have told, these DIITAs are very foundational attribute. So what we are going to discuss is from the last mile connectivity aspect, from the telco's perspective, what are the policies which are required, what are the technologies which are available to provide last mile connectivity, and how these attribute really fits there is what we are going to discuss today. So the format of this particular panel is, I'll request each panelist to make their pitch. They have a few slides, 3 to 4 slides each, to set the context, and then we are going to have question and answer sessions, and then we will open for the audience to ask their queries. So I'll hand over to Professor Sridhar to take us towards his presentation.
So thank you. In fact, Sandeep, thanks for inviting me. And he told me that you have to make 3 slides which cover all aspects of InDIITA. So I'm going to just touch based upon that. So one of the things that we need to sort of remember in the whole context is that last mile is being provided by licensed telecommunications operators, mobile operators, or fixed line telecom companies, and so on. But at the same time, there are also over-the-top players which also provide last mile connectivity, such as, for example, WhatsApp and so on. Right? So over-the-top means that they operate over the internet, untethered internet, which means that they don't care what the underlying infrastructure is. As long as the internet connection is there, they'll be able to provide communication services, such as WhatsApp, Skype, and so on. So it is this context that you have to remember when we go through the sections. The first one, I think Ramesh also mentioned the previous session, is the unsolicited commercial communication. It touches all aspects of our life. Right? Spam calls continue to happen. The reason for this is that there is a whole chain starting from telemarketers all the way to the originating telecommunications company, to a terminating telecommunications service provider, to the customer. There's a big value chain. And there are a lot of economic reasons why, for example, the spam calls continue to occur. The telemarketers pay the originating telcos pay the terminating telcos, and customer does not care, right? And therefore, despite the telecom unsolicited commercial communication regulation, which came into being a long time back, about 10 years back, spam calls continue to haunt us. So this invades our privacy because when we get spam calls, we get disoriented, we address them, and then possibly we are being cheated, defrauded, our dignity is stolen. All these aspects of InDIITA are embedded into this particular unsolicited commercial communication. But there have been a lot of policy revamps which have been done over the years by the Department of Telecommunications as well as the Telecommunications Regulatory Authority of India. So, the whole thing is that you don't trust a call when it comes to you unless it is there in your address book. I never pick it up because it can be a spam call. And therefore, a lot of things need to be done. For example, today, as Ramesh has mentioned, there is a whole blockchain-based trust network which has been built by the telcos so that whenever a message comes in, it is verified. The credentials are verified before it is sent. It is not 100% foolproof. Still, we get a lot of spam calls, and we need to have a robust mechanism in order to address this. So that's one thing. Regulators are working on it, very seriously working on it, and hopefully we will have some 100% solutions soon. The other thing is that, for example, we get spam calls, spam SMS, but we also get spam on our WhatsApp messages, right? So, should that also be regulated is a big question mark. So, when we get spam messages on our WhatsApp, the OTT communication service providers such as WhatsApp, they are not regulated, and therefore they are just intermediaries, and therefore they don't take responsibility for complying to regulation. So the big question mark here is whether they have to comply with the regulation or not. Meera will not agree with me, but I think that significant OTT communication service providers have to adhere to this. The second important issue that we are facing here is interoperable messaging services for inclusion. For example, telecom networks, thanks to 3GPP standard, which Sankaran has developed with Nokia, we are able to seamlessly communicate from here to Etisalat in Dubai, someone in Singapore, someone in a rural part of the country. No problem. The interoperability is assured. They are licensed telcos. They have been mandated by regulation to provide equal access to all the service providers. So interconnection is taken for granted in telecommunications network. But at the same time, interoperability is not at all there in our OTT messaging platforms. For example, can we send a message from WhatsApp to Telegram, Telegram to WhatsApp, Telegram to Scout? It's not possible because these are all proprietary, messaging platforms that have been developed. The question is, if you want true interoperability and true, for example, inclusion, there is a case for OTT communication service providers to also have interoperability with other telecommunication service providers. So there has been a lot of resistance from OTT comms, but the European Union has taken the first step. For example, in the Digital Markets Act, it has been announced that all significant OTT communication service providers have to make their platforms interoperable, so that anybody who wants to provide OTT communication should be able to use an API in order to connect to any other OTT communication service provider. So in fact, WhatsApp has taken a very important step. They have announced, for example, publicly the open API for as a reference document for any other OTT service providers to integrate with WhatsApp. So that's one thing that we have done. In India, we don't have regulation much like Digital Markets Act. The question is whether we need to have one or not. I'm all for it, because most of these platforms are built from open source, extensible messaging and preference protocol, XMPP. The only thing is they have customized it to make it proprietary. So it's possible to have interoperable OTT communications as well. The third one is, we have Data Protection Board, we have Digital Personal Data Protection Act, and rules have been announced for protecting privacy of users like you and me, but we are not seeing much traction. The important thing is that all this privacy have to be sort of audited. It has to be made sure that the rules are adhered to. In India, we have excellent rules, but nobody complies. And it is very difficult to enforce rules on the ground. The reason for that is, of course, the government is tapped with capacity. It does not have enough capacity. For example, the Personal Data Protection, I'll just take one more minute. Data Protection Board has not come into existence as yet. The laws are there, the rules are there, but nobody to oversee. So, in fact, one of my PhD students is also looking at whistleblowing as an alternative. For example, if there is a data protection violation by a company, then the company person should be able to whistleblow, and he should be protected by the Whistleblowing Act. So these are all some things that we can look for in order to provide dignity, privacy, inclusion of the digital users. So that's pretty much I have. Then we'll handle to the questions.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Sridhar. So here what we have seen is the same data principles, privacy, trust, dignity, inclusion are being discussed from last mile connectivity, right? Because we as end users are getting these spam messages, we are getting these spam calls. In the morning, we have seen Mr. Balaji talking about digital arrest, and there are so much of incidents happening in the form of digital arrest. So basically,
these attributes are very important, and that is what we are trying to see, that how it is important from the last mile connectivity. I'll now go to Meera, and I'll request her to go through her presentation and make a pitch about the work which is being done at Broadband India Forum. So Broadband India Forum is, a very known advocacy group for the broadband rights, protections, and proliferation. And lots of work has been done in BIF in the accessibility and inclusion aspect for PWP, physically handicapped people, how they can be included into the mainstream digital transactions, and what can be done for them. So I request Meera to discuss about it, and then we'll go to Sankar.
Thank you so much, Sandeep, first of all, for inviting me and making me part of this very distinguished panel. A very good evening to all of you, and thank you so much for joining us for the last session. Before I go ahead with my slide, one second. Yeah. Before I go ahead with my slide, just in response to what Sridhar sir had mentioned, not to make it for or against OTT, it's not that there are no regulations. There is, of course, the IT Act and the IT rules as well, where platforms are supposed to comply with certain due diligence obligations. And also, like sir, you mentioned that it is over the top. So there are technical differences between a TSP and an OTT. And if we see also the number of spam calls we receive on phone versus what we receive on WhatsApp, etc. WhatsApp has better grievance mechanism, like we can just automatically go and block it or automatically disable it, etc. Those are just some very not required counter arguments from Broadband India Forum. Like Sandeep had mentioned, I'm the I'm the director for policy advocacy and communications, and I work in the tech policy field. I'll first begin with BIF's work in accessibility and inclusion. I'll keep it very brief, but then I'll go to the main aspect of the DPDPA rules and its impact on persons with disabilities. That is the full form of PWD. So just to keep it short, BIF has a committee for accessibility and inclusion, and the chair is Dr. Nirmita Narasimhan, and co-chair is Dr. Dinesh Sharma. We have 4 to 5 things which we do. One is, of course, regular knowledge sessions, which is on Global Accessibility Day or International Disability Day. We have high impact events which we do, which involves government policymakers, industry, as well as civil society organizations. We are part of the India Internet Governance Forum, where as of 2024 last year, we had released a report on the role of ICTs for persons with disability. I'll speak of that in some time. And of course, we have specific targeted initiatives like preparing the standards, which is BIS 17802, which is mandating for certain guidelines on websites and applications that will make these platforms more accessible to persons with disabilities. Just continuing, we also have impactful research and publications, standardization, which I've already mentioned. BIF has also contributed specifically a chapter on PWDs in NDCP, as well as other accessibility related initiatives which we are regularly part of. This is all through our Committee for Accessibility and Inclusion, where we have a bunch of members as well as civil society organizations who contribute through reports and publications. BIF's Accessibility and Inclusion Committee was awarded the best prize for PWD research on a study that was released in IIGF 2022. Specific policy initiatives also which we have contributed to. I would also request if whenever you have time to go visit our BIF website, where all these reports and publications are accessible in nature. This is the most recent report we had released, which is ICT for Empowerment of Accessibility and Inclusion, the impact of digital integrations on the lives of PWDs. Now, essentially, this was a pan-India study conducted with around 300 PWD change makers. And what we wanted to understand is the gaps in the current design and deployment of whatever assistive technologies that are present. And a few key recommendations, of course, which we found was that first, there is no proper census data as to the demographic of the number of persons with disability in India. So that is first essential for us to carry forward the data for any research to happen. right? And if you see, most of the laws right now say that they're digital by design. Even DPDPA or even Indian Telecommunications Act Section 53, it says that the law should be digital by design. What does that mean? Who is it digital by design to? Is it just the upper class people who have access to internet? And third, of course, is strengthening more digital local ecosystem. It's not just setting up digital service providers. It's also making sure that those service providers are reaching to the persons with disabilities. For instance, a recommendation we gave was if these services could be a work from home situation. And the last, of course, is a recommendation to MeitY on Section 9. And I will quickly walk through it. Usually what lawyers end up doing is just talk legal jargon very fast. That's why I put the clause here so that you can also have a chance to read. Essentially, Section 9 of the Data Protection Act, which is here, says that for a person with disability, if they're not able to give consent, then a verifiable consent should be provided by their guardian. Right? Now, had they just left it there, it would have been different. They clubbed that with children. Right? So, for if your child is under 18 and your child has to access Facebook.com or Instagram.com, then you as a parent will give verifiable consent on behalf of your child, which is also the same for persons with disability under Section 9. Right? Now, because they have done this, our primary argument back then was that this undermines the authority and the capacity of persons with disability, because you're making it seem like accessing Uber or Zomato or Meta, etc., you need your guardian to be involved at all points. Second, of course, is that India has ratified the UN Conventions for Rights of Persons with Disability, and it seems like the adequate dignity is not provided for them. And second, legal guardian is different under different legislations. Whether it's National Trust Act or Rights of Persons with Disability Act, it means very different. Most of it is more assistive in nature. But the rules came, the rules were a little better. The rules had defined who persons with disabilities are, who says they're absolutely incapable of providing consent, only then guardian will be involved. But even then, there are problems, right? What if the legal guardian abuses their power? Where is the recourse? What if a person with disability who's not able to access? I'm not saying they have to access Instagram, but what if they have to use Uber from Electronic City to Koramangala, and the legal guardian has to give consent on their behalf for them to sit on the Uber? So these things are open-ended, I feel, in the Digital Personal Data Protection Act. But one good thing about the Ministry of Electronics and IT is that they're very open and receptive. So the consultation process is still on. So this is my pitch as of now as to the work which BIF is doing in this particular space. Happy to discuss this further.
Yeah, thank you, Meera. And we could see, your legal backings when you were, pitching this particular, seat. So I think this is very important to see, when we are discussing about last mile connectivity, there are aspects of, who all are included, who all are, allowed to onboard this particular connectivity to, use it and get benefited, right? And then there comes a discussion about, these marginalized people like PWD, what is need to be done for them to make this technology very, very accessible, right? And we are pretty sure that, many of the, digital platform, you find very less for these folks to be, accessible and inclusive. In fact, I remember there was a discussion at IIITB when, there was a discussion that what we should or what policymakers should do to make these physically disabled people, inclusive in our learning. Then suddenly I jumped up and I said that there are special schools which are already available for these particular folks. Then, the answer what I got is how long we can continue with these special schools for these people. Maybe initially they may need it, right? They may need a hand-holding to be able to understand these technologies. Because going forward, you cannot have a separate college, or you cannot have a separate university, or in fact, you cannot have a separate office, right? So their integration has to happen very inclusively in the digital space. And that is where I think whatever the accessibility part for PWD is very important. And thanks for bringing these insight and mapping it to the data, attributes what we are discussing today. So with this, I think I will go to Sankaran, and then we'll see, how this last mile technology is really reaching to the last mile people, right? What are the actual technology which are being deployed? And these notions of privacy, trust, identity are actually, translated into a technology and being deployed on the field, right? So that is what we will, hear from Sankaran, and then we'll open for the discussion. So you can go ahead, Sankaran.
Thank you. So thanks, Sandeep. And I would like to also thank all the other organizers of this event for having invited me here. It's quite a bit of new information and perspectives that I'm hearing, which is all quite enlightening. So let's start. My couple of slides on how the security requirement has evolved in 5G and 6G standards. We start with LTE, which is the most pervasive radio access in the world. And when we moved from 3G, the earlier version of radio, to LTE, there was a lot of change that happened. The entire security paradigm was built ground up. And a lot of new architectural changes, new procedures, new security concepts introduced in the LTE EPC framework. Having said that, there are still quite a few problems that security related issues that were identified in LTE. For example, this issue of IMSI catching. So, IMSI, as you may be aware, is identities of a device. So, focus on number which cannot be shared. And it is always defined in a way that it is encrypted. But in the middle of that, there is still a very small window where in very few procedures over there from the radio to the device, the IMSI is sent unencrypted. And for somebody who knows about these procedures and knows how to snoop and get it, if they are able to actually access the IMSI of a device, it should be enough for them to track the person. As long as the person, the device association stays there, the person can be tracked. And a lot of things that the person does, their activities, can be followed. And like other, it opens up a lot of other things. So this is one issue that was identified in LTE. Then subsequently, there is something called user plane integrity protection. So, as you may be aware, there is a control plane and a user plane. The control plane has all the messages that the device and the network entities send to each other. It has all the protocols and things like that. Whereas the user plane actually carries the user's data, the browsing data or the streaming data, all that goes over the user plane. There is no in LTE, there is no integrated protection for user plane data. It is different for the control plane data, but not for the other one. So what it really opens up result is somebody is able to access that user plane data, they could manipulate it. And this could be whatever the person sends on the one side is not guaranteed to be the same on the other side when somebody receives it. This was the other problem that was identified. So similarly, there are quite a few. I won't go through each of these. The last one may be something of interest. LTE does not prevent downgrade to GSM. So if there is, if intentionally, if given base station is flooded with a lot of traffic,
Say, for example, we are all sitting here, the station must be somewhere close by here. And if somebody with a group of 100 people, all belonging to with the same intention, if they flood that base station, it could so happen that you will be moved from LTE to the GSM network. All your user experience will be downgraded. This is not possible. Now, when 5G came, all these, except for the last one, are all temporary. Because these are all threats that were identified during the initial stages of 5G. And there were specific components and enhancements done to take care of these. But then security threats are being defined on a daily basis. There are new issues that are identified. So this is a starting point for 5G. Now, 5G also has gone through several releases now. It was what is called 5G Advanced now, where after the first three releases, the fourth release onwards, lot of advanced functionalities are coming here. And the security is one of the primary topics in 5G Advanced. And here there are multiple specific requirements that are part of the roadmap for the next couple of releases in 5G Advanced. We'll talk about them subsequently also. But I can just mention what the privacy preservation is a very important aspect that has been identified as a requirement for 5G Advanced. And this is something that is now, new procedures, identities, user identities or network identities, that can be protected and not shared to different domains. All that is there. So this is part of how identity will work and what are the security aspects here. Looking forward in the 60 timeframe, which is 2030, different entities, companies like Nokia or Flora like IoT and others, they will identify the different threats that could come in the 60 world. We see that multiple different, the physical domain, the mental domain, and the biological domain, all these are likely to connect. So here we see that there are going to be several new issues that could come up because for example, AI is going to be out for lots of 26 things. What is that going to plus? And we're going to have multiple hundreds of millions of devices. But what are the potential issues that can arise because of this? Now, these are identified. This is a starting point for defining the requirements. And we see that at least areas categories of threats are to be brought upon on priority. As said, the privacy part is there, then we have to ensure that the trust is built across the different of the network. And similarly, the performance of the network. The attackers are getting they're bringing attacks. And the world, we are returning to this. All those are different aspects that are being considered and research is actively ongoing on all these aspects. And that will come in the 60 time frame. A given person will generate data. I'm not able to point correctly. Okay, there. So a given person from a wearable or from glasses or from a sensor that he or she is wearing or from the primary phone that they are carrying, all of these could generate data. And it has to ensure that the network has to ensure that the data is going to the correct place and is weighted. For example, the data is going from the child, the person of the child, what they want to expose. So all such different considerations are there, and companies like Nokia and others are working on various means to ensure such privacy is managed. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Sankaran. So we have seen here how technology is coming into the play, where when we talk about the security or the trust or the privacy aspect, right? So you see, right now I am here in this particular room. That information may only be there with me and the people who are here, right? But what about this particular information is, readily available in the web? Or what about this information is available with someone which I don't, intend to have, right?
It happens, no?
Yeah.
When you go to a shop, you cross by a shop, you get an ad related to their shop.
Yes.
Okay?
So
how the hell did they know? Right? This is a question that often occurs.
yeah. So when you map it to the technology is where we have heard from Sankaran that these are all possible within these 4G, 5G, or maybe upcoming 6G technology, where they are making this location tracking better and better and better. So, there is, two opposite aspect, right? One aspect is that there should be a privacy. And then, engineers all over the world are, making sure that we have better and better technology to be able to identify you, right? Right. That's what we're telling. Earlier, the technology was like you have connectivity at one location. I am using that connectivity for internet access, as well as state actor is using that to put a camera and do the surveillance, right? The footprint was limited till there, but now the footprint is going into your wearables, chip getting implanted in your body, and many more things, right? So the footprint of attack vectors is getting increased. The important part is that there is one side where we are improving the technology to make it better and better to be able to achieve it. At the same time, people like Professor Sridhar or Meera are, telling that there are, cases of privacy breach or security breach are increasing and increasing, right? So it is very interesting to see all attribute at both the sides, right? So I think this will give lots of thought to the group and maybe the people who are working in this domain to have the right balance, right? When you are building a technology, you should also have understanding of the other world, that how it is going to really impact the end user. With this pitch, what we are going to do now, we are going to have a few questions, discussions like about these topics, and then we will have some open queries to see what can be done going forward. So my first query is to Professor Sridhar, that as you have talked about OTT, right? That now OTT is becoming very pervasive, right? Day in and day out. I don't know when I have used my SMS. I have never used the SMS until unless it is really mandated. I am just leaving on my WhatsApp, or I don't know when I really made a call to my mom who is in Nepal on ISTD, right? Earlier. Now it's just a WhatsApp call, right? So the way, OTT is becoming pervasive. Now the query is, what are your views on, regulating these OTTs from the perspective, so just from the perspective that OTT should be regulated in line with telecom. And what are the pros and cons? If you really regulate OTT in line with telecom, looking at the DIITA discussion we are having here, what are going to be pros and cons?
So, I mean, Sandeep has really pointed out the context, right? So we are using more of OTT than SMS or calls. So which means that OTT communication, is it a substitute or complement to our existing mobile communication service? That's a big question mark, right? So if we say that it is substitutable, then we look at the functions of OTT communication apps such as WhatsApp, and you look at the communication services that are provided by the telcos. If they are functionally equivalent, then they should be regulated in the same way. That's the argument, right? So the question is, it is not that whether OTT has to be regulated or not. The question is, has the market failed? I mean, the regulation will come into picture only when the market fails. If the market fails, then we have to take appropriate action through regulation, right? So, for example, if your OTT call does not go through, is it possible that you can have a grievance redressal? You can sue WhatsApp? Impossible. But on the other hand, if your call quality is very poor, you can always raise a ticket in TRAI, you can always go to TDSAT in order to argue and then win a case against the telco who is not providing the quality of service, because we have quality of service regulation which has been put onto the telcos through licensing conditions. There is no quality of service regulation on OTT communication apps, even though they provide functionally equivalent services, because they ride over the internet and they are just intermediaries. So I'm not saying about small time players. So there is, so there's something called as gatekeepers, which European Union has defined. There is significant, significant. I mean, it is only applicable to social media intermediaries in India, but there is a concept called significant player. Right. So if it is significant, which means that it addresses a large section of the population, then they should also take responsibility and they should comply with the regulation if it is required. So that's my argument. It is not that OTT has to be regulated in the same way as telcos, but they have to be made responsible. Certain types of regulation should be applicable. For example, simple case. Can I call 108 through WhatsApp? 108, if your call does not go through, if your 108 call does not go through your mobile, you can always sue the mobile company because they are expected to provide emergency services. But can I do it on WhatsApp? For example, inside connectivity is very poor. I only have the internet, but I should be, so I'm doing all the things with WhatsApp. So I should be able to call 108, right? So which means that certain types of services, such as, for example, emergency services, or, for example, something quality of service. I mean, these kind of regulations, I think that it has to be mandated for OTT communication service providers who are significant. When I'm talking about inclusion, which means that if it addresses large section of the population, then there should be some kind of a regulation.
Subsequent to this query, how it is going to impact the end customer from the affordability aspect? Because today, if you see, WhatsApp is a free service, right? So if we are going to bring regulation which will help us in privacy, trust, and other aspects, but what will be its counter effect on the affordability aspect for the end consumer?
Yeah. So, I mean, nothing in this world is free, as we all know. So if OTT, if communicate, WhatsApp is providing free service, it is milking money from the business service. If you are getting search for free, it is milking money through advertisement, right? Nothing in this world is free. We are trading off personal information for the services that they are providing. So my view is that, I mean, it is not that there has to be some regulatory levies and things like that, but there has to be some kind of an obligation. Today, for example, if you probably are aware, I mean, in 2021, during the COVID time, the information technology, what is that? Ethics code, right? 2021 ethics code. When it came into picture, they have to have a grievance redressal officer for any social media intermediary. That was put into the rules. And they were not able to find Twitter headquarters. They were not able to find, for example, WhatsApp or Meta's headquarters and grievance redressal officer. It took 3 months even for Google to appoint a grievance redressal officer. If you have some problem with WhatsApp, I should be able to contact some grievance redressal officer in Meta. If I have problems with Twitter, X, I should be able to at least not contact Elon Musk, but somebody in India, right? So there has to be some kind of a regulation. I mean, Meera is absolutely correct. Some of these things are being handled by the Digital Personal Data Protection Act or Digital India Act, which is going to be enacted soon. But especially for the OTT comms, there has to be some kind of liability and responsibility should be taken. I'm not saying that they have to be, levied. I mean, there has to be a regulatory levy and which will impact the users and so on. But there has to be some accountability is what I'm saying.
I think that's accountable. In countries like USA, the FCC really has much better regulations. For example, the 108 call, you mean, say 911 there will have to work regardless of what mode do you use. And this is another touchy topic for vendors like us. See,
I have a supporter.
Yeah, absolutely. See, the IMS framework is defined by 3GPP to support basic voice calls, video calls, and things like that. But it comes with its inbuilt mechanisms which will ensure that the quality of service is met. And any emergency call related requirements are all met.
but it is a pain to integrate IMS. Typically, in any operator, it takes roughly around 3 years on an average to get an IMS system work. Whereas WhatsApp will work on day one. But but where you have in markets like USA, it will not like in countries like India. I think chalta hai, sab chalta hai. It will not happen.
No, I think what one point which Professor Sridhar has made is, uh, subjecting this OTT player who has become so pervasive in our life to comply to certain regulation like emergency call is actually going to make this particular service, uh, something which, end customer can use in situations of the emergency, right? Since it is becoming so pervasive, then at least these emergency services should be mandated through these OTT players so that more people are not really worrying while only using OTT, right? So that is one thing which really makes sense from the data. One more query which I have to you, Professor, is as you said, like nothing is free, right? So they are giving us the service, but they are making the money from some other way of selling our data and all. So what are your views on these horizontal integration which is taking place, like Facebook buying WhatsApp? So basically, what is the threat to user privacy in such horizontal integration which is happening and affecting the end user from their privacy, trust, and other aspects?
No, definitely. I mean, there is a lot of integration which is happening by large internet firms, right? So, if you look at the earlier, I mean, it was considered that only telcos are the bottlenecks, and therefore, any telco integration with any other upstream provider or a downstream provider were viewed very suspiciously by the regulators because they will take control of the whole chain, and therefore they will be able to become monopolies of some sort. So today, the content and application providers are also coming into picture, and therefore the whole thing has to be re-looked. For example, if you're aware of net neutrality, for example, the net neutrality was always applicable to telcos, right? But today, should the net neutrality laws and regulations be re-looked at it because in the whole value chain, the content and application providers have become more powerful than the telcos, and these are some things that we need to really look at.
Yeah, thank you. So I'll go to Sankaran, and you already covered what were the shortcomings into the standard and how 5G has already improved on it, right? So one important question is these the threat language. As we are moving from one generation to another generation. 4G, it was more about people using the service. We went to 5G. There is an IoT vertical which is getting a completely new vertical which has come and getting added. And now we have the sensors getting deployed in our home. We have the sensors getting deployed everywhere. So it's a good as a technology. But this is also posing a huge, risk on the, personal safety of the people maybe staying at home and going forward, as we told, wearables and all. So, how standard is addressing or thinking of addressing these things in upcoming 6G standards?
So there are a few aspects that are already identified in 6G. See, as I mentioned earlier, security threats, they evolve. And some of these threats, whenever solutions are defined in the standards, some of these solutions cannot be integrated in the current release because they were not foreseen. And standards and networks, they tend to be not so malleable. I mean, you cannot change them very quickly. There could be technical considerations and there could be economic considerations also. making a change or a bug fix and so deploying it in all the network may be a very costly affair. So operators may say, so operators also come to 3GPP. They also come to the standardization body. They say, good, technically it's a great solution, but we just can't accept it now. It is for future. So many such instances have happened. So what there could be some two categories. One category of security issues are those for which fixes cannot be implemented in 5G for technical or commercial reasons. The second category are the totally new ones, which are not applicable for 5G deployments at all. So these two categories of issues are foreseen, and these are being addressed. So some of the salient aspects that one could say are the usage of AAML in multiple facets of security. Example, see now it is slowly it is picking up that roughly about 25% of all software generated is through generative AI. They develop the software. Now, how buggy is it? Nobody knows because a lot of software is getting tested through AI-based tools also. And so this is one type of security threat that is actually getting into the entire system because the more and more parts of the network is getting software based. It's all going on cloud and accepting the core radio part of it, which cannot be, software based. Everything else is getting on the cloud, which means all the software development process and the associated hooks are all relating into that. So the script itself is generated by AI, and equally, what is foreseen is that the threats can also be detected by AI-based tools and even corrected, because there is an element of pattern matching in how threats are caught, security loopholes are caught. So this act is now utilized by making use of many AI-based tools, and this is something that is going to become more pervasive in 6G networks. And the standards themselves may not be directly relevant for these, but then they will enable. For example, data collection as a functionality was not relevant for pre-AI networks. And it was usually rudimentary. If a call drops, that only data is collected. And then one operator might do something with it to ensure that call drops don't happen in a given location.